I'm ZachLink99, and this is my Super Paper Mario Any% speedrun in 3 hours, 55 minutes, and 21 seconds. It's the world record currently, set on October 21st, 2020. And I have some other commentators here with me.
Hi, my name's JCR. I won't be commentating really until the second half of the run, but I'll still be here. I hope you all enjoy this.
I'm Epthopper. I'll be here the whole time, basically, so.
Sounds good. So, right away, we're going to talk about what led us to getting such a low time. The time was like 4 hours and 3 minutes back when there was a new skip found called Dotty Skip, and that was the first instance of gold bar slim clipping. We actually found a way to do it anywhere with Mario in 3D, which led us to get the time of this 3 hours 55 minutes. It's mostly because of a new trick called Scanner Skip, which saved about 4 minutes, and then there's also a lot more time save over the whole run.
Yeah, it was crazy, just how fast everything seemed to happen. Like, this new skip was found, and over the course of an hour, we found all these different time saves, and we're still finding more time saves.
Yeah, and that's what led us to get sub 4. On the day that this new trick was found, I actually went and did 2 back-to-back runs. The first run was a record by like half a second, and the second run was sub 4 hours, which was a very big milestone. And now this time is 3 hours 55 minutes. It's a pretty good run in my opinion. Featuring all the new strats. So I hope you guys will like this showcase. So first of all, there's a few things to talk about. We're on the Japanese version. It saves like nearly a minute in text, and then it saves about a minute and a half to doing the green bridge skip trick. It's not Japanese only, but it's 1.0 only. So it's actually kind of interesting because Wii U VC English is 1.2, but Japanese is 1.01, so that lets us do the skip.
Yeah, and so Japanese VC is the fastest. Virtual Console loads much faster than disk. Well, it kind of varies depending on the disk, but it saves anywhere from like a minute to 3 minutes over disk.
Yeah, sometimes maybe even more. It really depends on like your disk loads.
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll notice here that we're at the Flipside Tower. This is like the main part of the game. There's 8 chapter doors, 7 of which are actually here, and 1 of which is in Flopside, which is like Flipside but different.
Yeah, it's reverse Flipside. The music is like slightly different.
So yeah, to get to Flopside, you have to go through the Mirror Hall. You might be thinking, why don't we just go through the Mirror Hall and skip a lot of the game? Well, this game has a very strong sequence, and you cannot sequence break very easily. So right off the bat here, you'll notice that we're going to jump right when we start moving. This is actually a time saver. You accelerate fastest when you're in the air, so if you jump, you reach top speed right away, as opposed to like a long build-up. So it saves about 4 frames each time. Right there, you notice I jumped and skipped landing on the ledge, so I reached my max falling velocity before getting there, so I just saved a few frames. So here's the heart pillar cutscene. So if you put in a heart pillar, or if you put a heart in a pillar, you open a chapter, and we need to do that 8 times.
Yep, and there are 4 levels per chapter, except for 1, but we'll get to that. And so yeah, and we're not gonna be skipping any chapters or any levels within the chapters because, as Zach said, the sequence it's really hard to sequence break this game. So we are going to be playing all of the chapters in order. Yeah.
So one other thing to mention is when you're going down the elevators in Flipside, you can skip the little cutscene they have, except for the main elevator. It saves actually like 10 seconds each time if you didn't know to skip them. You could skip them with the 1 or 2 button, so it's kind of a fun fact. I use the 1 button while in Prologue because you don't accidentally jump if you try to close the cutscene too early.
Yeah, but then later you don't do that because you have a pixel equipped, and it could. Yeah.
So here's the first segment of the game. I call it Enter 1. It's just Prologue. Some people can get like 538 by mashing really fast. I choose to not mash extremely fast and just kind of get my time save elsewhere. It doesn't really matter losing like a couple seconds throughout the whole game.
Yeah, it can. I don't know. I feel like mashing that fast would give you hand cramps a lot quicker.
Yeah.
The fastest way to skip through text, I don't know if we mentioned this, but the fastest way is to alternate between the 1 and 2 button as quickly as possible, basically. So frame perfect mashing would be alternating between 1 and 2 every other frame.
Yeah, in RTA we get it to be about press 1 and then 2 the frame after, and then there's kind of like a little gap there where you're not pressing either button.
Yeah, yeah.
Think of it like this: if you lose a frame on every text box for the whole of Prologue, that's already like 1 second. So that's how important text mashing could be. But it's not really anything to worry about. It's more important to prioritize movement and stuff.
Yeah. Theoretically... Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so right here we actually skipped getting the coin. This saves 3/10 of a second in text. So, well, it's kind of a hard explanation. So there's more text if you do not have a coin here, but the coin draining animation loses more time than the text loses. So you save 3/10 of a second. We actually did not know this until maybe like a month ago. Not even a month ago. Like
it was only a couple weeks ago. Yeah. I guess we just never retimed it after, because people have definitely gotten better at mashing since it was originally timed. So
yeah.
I don't know.
So it's kind of interesting that you could see that there's like these random time saves over the whole game, and that's one thing I really wanted to make this, or wanted to do this post commentary about, is talk about those small obscure things. So here we're actually picking up a Shroom Shake and Shell Shock, which will be used later along with Fire Burst.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, I mean, we could talk about the lucky coin there.
So we call it the lucky coin, even though it's more like a skill coin. So you could get 4 coins there instead of 3 if you jump really early. It's kind of difficult to get. So right here we kicked the Koopa Shell to try and get some coins. It's actually random. Sometimes you could get item drops as well. Right now we're collecting coins because we're going to need about 60 entering Chapter 2 to buy a couple more items. We'll talk about what they do. We got the Shroom Shake just for safety, not for healing, but for coin routing purposes. So if you happen to not have 60 coins, you could sell the Shroom Shake. And we got the Shell Shock to do a trick later in 2-1 that we'll talk about.
Yep. And then the Fire Burst will be used in Enter 2.
So this is a very important part of the run, actually. We're going to do the Squiglet grind. This saves a lot of time if you do it correctly. Fortunately, in this run, we got the Slow Flower, which saves an additional 30 seconds because of getting triple the points per bounce, which grows exponentially.
Yeah, so with a normal Squiglet grind without a flower, you would be looking at around 37,000 points. And here we've got almost 90,000.
Yeah, 87,000. So this saves about 30 seconds later, but it loses 10 seconds now. So it adds up to save time. This is not like anything required. It's a 10% chance to get it. No one actually grinds out like resets over it, but it is nice to get. And yes, the record does have it, but it's not like the record is unbeatable without it. So if I were to do attempts again, I would not grind one out at all.
Yeah, and it's also worth mentioning that you can get a fast flower, and you would think that, hey, well, the fast flower also triples your points, but you go fast, so it must be good for a speedrun. It is, but the grind with the fast flower is so difficult that it's not really RTA viable to get as much points as you would get with a slow flower.
Yeah, usually if there is a fast flower, you just accept the normal grind amount, but being a little bit faster and getting more coins as well.
Yeah.
So right here is the Spiky Trunk room. This room has a lot of interesting things. Most notably, it has a ladder, which you could do these things called ladder jumps to save a couple seconds climbing up the ladder, but they are frame perfect, so I choose not to go for them. They're not really a thing that people do in RTA.
Yeah, it's theoretically something that maybe in the future, if this game gets super duper 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 optimized, then maybe we start implementing, but it's not worth it at the moment for just a couple seconds of time save.
So right there, you saw me doing a technique when jumping up that slope. When climbing a slope, you have a reduced speed, and in the air, you have your max speed, so you just maximize your air time while climbing up that slope, just to save like a second.
So now would probably be a good time to talk about sort of the history of this level specifically, because we used to do a trick called Life Shroom Jump to skip the Green Bridge. It was also called Green Bridge Skip sometimes back then. And that was sort of a very heavy reset point, and saved, I don't remember exactly how much LSJ saved.
Saved like a minute over the vanilla route.
Right.
But yeah, anyways, it saved like a minute, and it had to use low point amounts because you needed to damage down, and you couldn't have 20 HP max. So yeah, anyways, that was the old trick that we used to do, and now we do a brand new trick that was known as task viable only back in the day. So first we clip out of the shop, and then we walk to the right and save at the save block outside of the shop. And then we reset the game. So what this will do is this will set our respawn point to the origin of the room when we load it. So we're just going to fall off, and we will respawn in the origin of the room, which happens to be next to the Green Bridge, where we could perform a very precise trick to climb up a seam and jump over the entire Green Bridge. So right here, we're going to push against this pipe to get an exact position, and we're going to do a sequence of movements. So right here, we pushed against the pipe, we did a down left input for 1 frame, and now we do an up input for 4 frames. These are all exact inputs. If you fail them, you fall off. Now you walk up the seam and jump off to the right and skip the entire Green Bridge.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning, like, the level of precision that goes into that trick is just insane, because you have to be within, I believe, 0.3 of a unit or something, which is
0.03 of a unit, I believe.
0.03? 0.03 of a unit, yeah.
So what that does is that skips getting the throw, the first pixel of the game, and the game actually just gives it back to us. There's kind of like a theory going around that it just wants to give you the pixels that seemed the most skippable. And that actually happens to help us a lot, because we could skip every single pixel that is given back.
Yep, every single one. Although, one of them isn't faster yet, at least. But
maybe one day.
maybe one day. It's also way too hard, but we can maybe talk about that when we get there.
Yeah, so right now we enter this door with 60 coins. I got the exact amount of coins, which is awesome. I actually missed killing the ghost room there on accident, but I didn't actually need to because I had enough coins anyway. It's just like a coin farm. So your run's not dead or anything. If you don't have 60 coins, you just have to sell the shroom shake.
Yep. So yeah, here there's just a squigglet rock jump, which I don't know exactly how much it saves, but it's probably like 5 to 10 seconds, or maybe more. Might be more.
A few seconds, I think. But yeah, it really shows that this game is going to have a lot of cool platforming tricks all around the entire run. As you saw, UBS was a very, very cool trick where you jump over the whole green bridge. There's going to be a lot of, not similar things to that, unfortunately, but there will be a lot of cool platforming tricks similar to the rock jump we just saw there.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't involve like clipping out of bounds and going way up in the air. There's just like using the things that the game intends you to do, but like in an unintended way, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So right there, we did the chunks fight. We did it in 7 hits. In an actual run without a slow flower, we'd have 10 hits here. But this is where the time save begins. On boss fights, we're going to save a few seconds each time. So it'll just add up over the entire run up to 5-2, which we'll get to why the time save stops there. So right here is Ice Turbo Skip. We pick up the Ice Turbo, get hit, and that boosts the Ice Turbo upwards, so then we could jump on it and get on the ledge over there. It's a very cool trick.
Yeah, it is.
So now we get to the end of 1-3. This was actually my first gold split of the run. It was a very good segment of 3:16. Just thought it was worth mentioning.
Oh yeah, definitely.
If you notice the chunks fight, I was doing the tricks. They're called stylish moves. If you shake your Wii remote, you kind of stay in the air, and you also gain a lot of points. So that was used to stay up on top of chunks to get all the hits in.
Yeah.
So now we're at 1-4. There's actually a cool technique we get to see at the start of the room here. We actually turn around and open this door. This is called fast doors. So if you turn around, the pixel behind you goes towards the center of the door, so it takes less time for the door to close. So you'll see that everywhere in the entire game.
Yes, except for when we don't have pixels, because then it doesn't actually save time, right?
Yeah, exactly. If we don't have pixels, we enter in the middle of the door to minimize the cutscene walking, because cutscene walking is like 33% slower or something like that.
Yeah.
So now it's key early.
Yes, or blue switch skip, some people call it that.
Yeah, this was discovered on October 10th, 2019. So we're going to clip through the corner here and flip while out of bounds, and then we're going to jump to the back seam and jump into the key area. These blocks unlock once you hit a blue switch, so we kind of just get the key through the wall. It's been a theory for a long time. And then it was finally found last year.
Yeah, it's always nice when those theories that have been sort of in the back of everyone's mind for a long time finally become a reality.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that's happened.
Yeah, I'd say like 90% of our theories have actually gotten found, which is absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
So that trick actually does not save that much. It saves 20 seconds. Well, 20 seconds is a lot to us, but to a new runner, it's not really that much anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, so far, this is a really good Chapter 1. There's been very minimal mistakes. The only time loss was the 10 seconds for getting the slow flower, which is going to save more time later.
Yes.
This is a very straightforward level. There's not really much to talk about, but you'll see another turnaround door.
Yeah, we'll yeah. Yeah, there'll be a couple things to talk about later, but yeah, most of this level is just finding keys and doing puzzles.
So yeah, right there, 3, 1, 4, 2 block order. Nothing too special. This level is basically just key early and Fractale. There'll be a lot to talk about at Fractale. He's supposed to be like a 4, maybe 5-minute boss, but we cut it down to like 50 seconds or something, maybe a little more, minute 30 seconds. Mostly because there's these cycle skips. They're probably intended, so
yeah,
I don't know.
I think it's intended that you can jump back onto him. Probably the new strat is not intended, but
yeah. So yeah, I'll be right back here to get water, but
okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of cutscenes, so there's nothing much to talk about.
Yep.
Alright, I got back just in time for the Fractale fight. So yeah, there's quite a few things here to talk about. So one thing to note is that if you flip during this fight, it loses no time. Fractale just keeps moving along, so there's no time loss in flipping.
Right.
So we're gonna use that to our advantage and do a damage boost to get on Fractale and save like a few frames.
Yeah, normally when you flip, it freezes all the enemies, but for whatever reason, Fractale still moves during the flip animation.
So yeah, we flip right when his tail goes off screen just to prepare this damage boost. It doesn't matter how far away you are from Fractale, he just kind of charges and matches how far away you are, which is kind of weird. But it does save a few seconds to not be against the back wall there, so it's something interesting to note. So something to know about this boss is it takes 3 hits with these enemies, but you also could, if you could get on top, you could save 3 seconds by hitting his antenna with just Mario's jumps. So you'll see I'll flip here, Fractale keeps moving, and then I could jump and get on top. Unfortunately, I failed it on the first attempt here. Loses a few seconds to fail.
Yeah, and this was discovered pretty well. It was discovered a while ago, but it wasn't.
Like until like a month ago.
Yeah.
So there you go. Jump. You get pushed by the enemy, and you could barely reach it on top and get the 3 hits in. It's a very cool trick.
Yeah, it is. It is cool because it's sort of it's strange that you have to be holding an enemy in order for it to work, but I guess it's just the enemy pushes you sort of weirdly over to the right. It just sort of teleports you. I don't know. This game's weird.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not required, I believe, but it just makes it so much easier. That one little push just makes it much easier. So here we come to the end of chapter 1. We're going to get a pure heart that we will have to put in the pillar. This run is so far on a pretty good pace. This is definitely my best chapter 1 time ever. The main reason that it's not better than it should be is because I lost 10 seconds to getting the slow flower. So thinking about that, this would be in the 25 2x range. So really good chapter 1.
Yeah.
So yeah, what I was gonna say is that once we defeat a chapter, or once we complete a chapter, we'll have to put the heart in the pure heart pillar. So we have these kind of inter-chapter segments, I guess you could call them. We call them pre-chapters. There are a lot of text mashing, not interesting things. Right there, actually, you saw me do the first instance of menu buffering. If you hold down and mash 2, it will select the bottom option of the save text and just clear it right away.
Yeah, and that's super useful just throughout the run. For any time you have to pick an option to, like, immediately after mashing through text.
Yeah, it saves a lot of time over the whole run. This is another one of the things that add up a lot.
So here, this is the Peach intermission, and I guess we could talk about the potential.
Yeah.
There is a single place in this game where there could well, there are a couple places. This is the main one where there could theoretically be a sequence break. If we could get on top of this ledge over to the right, we could go into a pipe, get a key, and that would set our sequence position to 8-1. However, not only do we not know how to get on top of the ledge currently, it's very likely that we wouldn't be able to beat the game from that state because we wouldn't have a lot of the things that we would need.
What's interesting is it would save a lot of time in other categories that depend on the sequence, like like any percent, you cannot use it. But for something like being a pit, like the flip side pit or flop side pit, it would save like a lot of time in those categories.
Yeah, it definitely would.
So yeah, this is just a Peach intermission. A lot of text mashing. This is kind of a boring segment. This is probably one of the most boring segments in the game. It's like 9 minutes of just mashing. There is one interesting thing though. We will be shopping at the Flipside shop during this segment. So I guess we could talk about that. So we're going to buy an Ice Storm and a Shell Shock. The Ice Storm is going to be used in 3-4. We actually previously used a stopwatch instead. But I kind of realized that it was worth it to go to the shop here instead of in the Old Town and then buy that item instead. It saves like 13 seconds for the route.
Yeah. So yeah, the Ice Storm will be used in 3-4 for Francis, and the Shell Shock, we'll then have 2 Shell Shocks. One will be used for the skip in 2-1 that Zach mentioned earlier, and the other one will be used for the 7-2 Bowser fight.
So something interesting you just saw there is the game lagged after the door. There's these things we call lag spikes. For some reason, the game just has these lag things, and they happen kind of randomly, but also kind of consistently. So right there, you saw 2 pretty big lag spikes after exiting the Chapter 1 door. Those are specific to this GBS route, and if you were to not save and reset the game during GBS, you would not get the double lag spike there. It's kind of an interesting thing to note. So you kind of have to just remember where these lag spikes are. So if you do GBS and then you don't do GBS, they'll be at different places.
Yeah.
It's a very, very interesting thing that I realized. So yeah, right here, we'll finally be able to go to the shop and buy those items we talked about.
Right.
An important thing to note is if we didn't have 60 coins here, we could sell the Shroom Shake. So we kind of just pick it up just in case. So your run doesn't die if you don't get 60 coins. So right here, you can see how optimized the menuing is. You kind of like mash the D-pad and kind of get a feel for when you let go and try and click the thing you want. It's a very good example of menuing.
And right there, the NPC can sometimes get in front of the elevator. And since you have to press up to go in the elevator and you also press up to talk to NPCs, it can sometimes, in some instances, screw you up and you'll end up talking to the NPC.
Yeah. There's actually some interesting ways to avoid what you're talking about that we'll talk about later. But yeah, right there, all you gotta do is just open the elevator a little bit later than the farthest left you could, so you don't talk to the NPC. So right here, we're cooking a fire burst. This will just be used to give to Peach. Peach was warped back to Flipside. Kind of a thing in the story. Dementio actually wants the heroes to beat Count Bleck. So he kind of just helps you out, kind of, sorta.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Right, and then right here, Merlin is actually telling you to go to Saffron, the chef, and cook something for Peach, but we've already done that, so...
Yeah, it's kind of just like, you know what to do, so you just save time backtracking.
Yeah.
So yeah, something interesting is we're actually going to unlock Peach, which is something that is very unique to Super Paper Mario. It's the first game in the series to allow you to switch between characters. So we'll have 4 characters in our party. We'll have Mario, Peach, Luigi, and Bowser. They each have their own uses. Peach is not really that useful. We only use Peach like a couple times. Luigi is very useful, just for getting height quickly. And Bowser will be used for bosses, just to defeat them quickly, because he has double the attack.
Yeah. As it turns out, when the main mechanic of this game is like... And the main gimmick is the whole 3D versus 2D thing, you end up playing as Mario the majority of the time, because he's the only one who can use that power.
Yeah. There's actually a lot of things now that we use flipping for. Flipping is very broken.
That too.
So right here, we're going to unlock this lock. If you unlock it a little bit slow, you lose an extra 3D bar, which makes this next room a little bit tight. So unfortunately, I did lose the extra 3D bar. It's just something little to notice. Pipes actually do have the same properties as doors, where if you enter in the middle, you don't get a cutscene walk, but if you enter on the side, you do get one. So you kind of just want to avoid that.
So yeah, here, normally what the game wants you to do is go all the way to the left and then float across these blocks with Peach. But we can actually just throw this squiglet right here and jump off of it to get to the heart pillar.
Yeah, very cool platforming trick. It saves like 10 seconds or something, probably a little less. Just a lot of these things add up to a lot of time. So yeah, it's kind of like one of the glitchless jumps. There's a lot of glitchless strats in this category, mostly because glitches don't end up saving that much time in this game, but they do slowly add up to a lot of time. The glitchless record is currently 4 hours, 23 minutes, so it's kind of a comparison. It's not that much faster.
Yeah, the biggest single skip in this game only saves around 7 minutes. Yeah.
But then a lot of skips add up and then save way more than 7 minutes.
Yeah, definitely.
So now we enter Chapter 2, and this is the first kind of poorly executed segment of the run. I lost about 15 seconds to my best segment, so it's kind of unfortunate, but time loss always happens in a run, so...
Right. It's impossible to be perfect for 4 hours straight.
Yeah.
Or very improbable, I guess.
Someone asked, is there a SPM task out there? There is, but it's currently very outdated. I believe there's someone working on a task somewhat infrequently.
Yeah.
So.
The latest task is about 3 years old, and it's a 343, I believe. It could probably go down to like a 320 something.
Yeah.
Now, just because of all the new time save that's been found, plus just random optimizations, routing optimizations, stuff like that.
So right there, we kill the last squiglet on the right side and stay to the right. You might be like, why don't you go left towards the chest? Well, this avoids a cutscene walk that loses a couple seconds, so we kind of just stay to the right there to avoid that. So here is Paragoomba Jump. Unfortunately, I did mess it up in this run, barely didn't get up on the ledge. So there is a backup.
It's interesting to note that this Paragoomba Jump is possibly the oldest, like, quote-unquote skip that was found, because it was in the very first speedrun of Super Paper Mario back in 2007.
Yeah, that jump, or like the flip method, those save like 40 seconds or something, getting to the side of the room, going up the flip thingies, switching to Peach, jumping over, takes so long.
Yeah.
So, now we're going to have to do this jump over this piranha plant, and now, unfortunately, because I messed up the jump, these Paragoombas are in the way, so they get kind of annoying. But yeah, you can barely jump over that piranha plant there.
Yeah, and here, we didn't mention it in 1.1, but here and also in 1.1, there's this power-up called a Megastar, that basically makes you giant, and that's what you're supposed to do, that's what the game expects you to do in this room, but it's way, way, way slower, because the animation takes forever.
So right there was a very unfortunate thing. I got hit down. Normally you're supposed to jump over that squiglet, and things kind of went poorly there. Thankfully, from here on out, I don't play too bad. So now we get into Boomer Skip. This was discovered on May 5th, or May 4th, 2019. By Mohawk. This saves about a minute over getting Boomer. We're going to throw a Shell Shock in 3D, and we're going to kind of hit it so that it bounces towards the switch and hits it in 3D. Very interesting trick. We used to actually do a Life Shroom jump, where we do a midair 1-frame jump out of a Life Shroom to get up there. But thankfully, we don't have to do any of those in the run anymore.
Yeah. Apparently, there were people who tried to do double Life Shroom jump runs.
So right here, actually, this is the text boxes, right here. These two text boxes. That gives you the pixel that you skip. So we skipped a Boomer, so now we get Boomer. And it actually equips Boomer for you. So we kind of have Boomer out already, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, so
But
we
yeah,
have
there...
to be... Oh.
Sorry, I was gonna say, there was a runner. I'm dead. He did both LSJs. One of them saved a minute, which was at the start, and one of them saved 40 seconds, which is this one.
Yeah, and considering, I mean, a lot of people when LSJ was the thing, I mean, people would sometimes go entire streams without getting a single run past LSJ in 1-2, just because I mean, it's frame perfect, and it's not. You just have to press. You just have to hope, basically.
Yeah, everyone did it off of just feeling. Like, I feel like it's now press the A button, kind of one frame trick, and this game is 60 FPS, so it makes it even more silly. It's very questionable that Boomer Skip with an LSJ was actually worth it back then. Even with today's standards, I probably would not have went for it, personally.
Yeah, I doubt it.
So right there, we do a kind of jump. This skips, like, going around this entire room in 2D. It's kind of another one of those platforming tricks. Now, in this room, there's something really important. We're going to jump through the dog. This looks very weird. The dog actually only has a hitbox at the top and bottom. At the top, it's a damage hitbox, and at the bottom, it eats you. So you just kind of jump through the mouth. The mouth does nothing.
It's so... I don't understand why they decided to make that a thing, but you can just do that.
It's really weird. So now we completed 2-2. Something to note is we used to get our item, instead of an Ice Storm, we got a stopwatch in 2-2. It lost 25 seconds to get it, but then you didn't have to shop at an inconvenient time, but it still ended up losing time, so what we're doing here is 13 seconds faster than getting the stopwatch.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the main reason the LSJ route, it still makes sense because they have to buy a live stream jump in the shop in 1-2 anyway.
A live stream jump. Yeah.
Yes, they have to buy a live stream jump.
So yeah, this level is very cool. In these text boxes, there is these lasers at the top of the level that are actually moving right now as we speak. Even during text, they are moving. So we have to mash optimally, and we have to move optimally if we want to make this cycle. It's actually kind of easy, but it's something to note.
Yeah, on Japanese, it's much more forgiving. On English, it's a little more difficult.
Yeah, on English, it's quite tight, actually. So something we do here is we kind of just mash without thinking. We don't really mash hard, because there's no point if you make the cycle anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very interesting that they do move during during the text. It makes no sense why it should, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game just, like, cutscenes and text, everything is... The entire room is still loaded while that's all happening, so I guess that's just how it works.
So yeah, this is the first pixel that we got that was a skippable pixel, but we chose not to skip it. This pixel is skippable. You can do a skip to skip Slim, but unfortunately it requires, I believe, 2 life shrooms and 2 shell shocks. Or a combination of two of either, I think. Something like that.
There's yeah, you have to use a shell shock to get through the gate down here, using a clip. And it's ridiculously precise because you have to throw the shell shock and then pause on top of it. In between the shell shock and the ceiling, it's just kind of.
So we'll get to what he's actually talking about a bit later, using a different, not precise method. So yeah. Something funny to note is that, like, it is skippable. It's just slower.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can skip every single pixel and actually get them back, which is really cool. So yeah, after 2-4, the run actually finally picks up. The run is kind of a little bit boring at the start. Well, we did see a couple cool tricks like 1-2, 1-3, 1-4. Then Chapter 2 is kind of boring, not gonna lie. But
Yeah,
the game
luckily it's
actually
short.
gets good. Yeah, it's a very short chapter.
Yeah. Mainly because I think 2-3 they expect you to take a lot longer.
Yeah. Yeah, 2-3 we do it in like 2 minutes 50 seconds. 2-2 we do it in like 2 minutes 40 seconds. 2-1 we do it in like less than 4 minutes, so it's kind of a short chapter. Right there we just jumped off an enemy. Kind of just saves like a flip or two. That's unfortunate. I kind of messed up the jump to the top there. So yeah, right here, really important, we're going to select the top option and then the bottom option. This saves like 5 seconds over just selecting the top option.
Yeah. Basically, we're choosing to sign the contract and then
Yeah, it's I don't understand it, to be honest, but yeah, that's kind of the idea. Just
Yeah.
save time and text. So yeah, again, very boring level.
does have the scariest boss in an E for everyone game. That
Yeah, very scary. Kind of a fun fact here, if you unslim before opening the door, it actually saves time instead of just opening the door while slimmed. Kind of neat. So one thing that's funny is if you go slow in any of these rooms, you hear the music start playing and Mimi comes in the room. So if you see Mimi, that means you're bad, Kappa. So here we're going to use Tippy to reveal the staircase. Sadly, we can't skip this. Even if you jump off the atomic boo over here, you can't get to the door because the platform under it still gets unveiled by the Tippy thing, so can't really skip it. So now we get to a game show. Again, very boring. We're just mashing text for the next, like, three minutes.
Yep.
3 minutes and some more. The Mimi fight is actually quite interesting. We'll get to that in a second, or in, like, 2 minutes.
Yep. Lots of mashing. Maybe there's some, like, time save here where we select different game show options and there's less text, but it's probably not worth it.
Yeah, I don't think so, because, well, menu buffering loses some time over just selecting the first options, but I'm pretty sure all of them are in one text box, and text boxes go by in one frame unless there's, like, a pause. Unless there's, like, a pause in the text. And that's actually where Japanese saves time. It does not pause in the text as long as English does. So it kind of saves, like, 30 seconds to that. So yeah, the Mimi on the Merly on the left is the imposter Merly.
The real one. Oh wait, Mimi on the left is the real one.
Wait, really? I don't know. You select the one on the left.
Yeah.
To save like a second. Right.
Yeah,
you're right. The one on the left is the wrong one. Wait, no, the one on the left is the right one.
Yes.
Okay. Whatever.
Yeah. Whatever. You said the one on the left is the imposter.
Oh,
it doesn't matter. The one on the left is the one that you select.
Yeah, and it saves a second selecting the correct one, which is cool. So now we get to the Mimi fight. This is a very standard jump on the enemy until the enemy is dead kind of fight. Something interesting to note is every time you fall on the ground, it loses about a second. So right here, you can get double hits. So I failed one there. You can't really do it if there's the text right there. Yeah, so I got one. There you go.
It's kind of annoying that there's text in the middle of this boss fight, but...
Yeah, so something interesting here is I switched to Boomer while Mimi was falling to the floor, and Mimi actually moves during the switch, so it saves a second to switch here instead of somewhere else. So we need Boomer in pre-Chapter 3, so it's just a small optimization. There'll be a lot of places where we do that actually, so I'll try and point out all of them if possible. So now we get the second Pure Heart, and we're going to have to put it in the pillar after a long intermission. The Chapter 3 intermission is actually pretty interesting. There's a few things to talk about there.
That's true, there are. After the Luigi intermission, which isn't all that interesting.
Yeah. I believe the Luigi intermission also had potential for sequence break, but it was incredibly unrealistic, if I recall correctly. I don't know exactly how it worked, though, but I think it involved moon jumping really high up.
Yeah, that's interesting. I hadn't heard that. It's
I don't
probably,
remember who said it, but I've seen it somewhere. But if that's wrong, my bad. I might be misremembering somehow. So yeah, very boring. Again, lots of text mashing. This game kind of has a lot of that. But after, like, Chapter 4, or after Chapter 2, honestly, it kind of stops holding your hand with the text, and it lets you play the actual game, which is good.
Yeah, definitely. The in-between chapter, like the pre-chapter blitz are gonna get much shorter as we go on. Well, in general, they're gonna get shorter.
Yeah, so they're gonna become like 2-minute segments instead of 2 or 3-minute segments instead of like 6-minute segments.
Yeah.
So there you saw another route exclusive leg spike at the start of there. I've been kind of looking around at them lately just to see how they work. It's very interesting. So I'm not sure if we mentioned this, but the Japanese version can crash sometimes on some room loads. And this segment is very scary because almost every single load in this segment has crashed on someone before. So this is like the kind of area where crashes are kind of scary. They're not too frequent though. But yeah, I've crashed like 2 times in this Luigi intermission. I've crashed 1 time right after it. I've crashed 1 time going down the elevator right after it.
Yeah, it's not really known what exactly causes those crashes. Yeah, because there are a couple places where the English version can crash, but it's extremely, extremely rare compared to the Japanese version.
Yeah, and the Japanese version, it's still pretty rare, I'd say. On average, you could probably complete like 5 runs before you get 1. For some reason, they feel like they're not that rare when you're grinding the game a lot. It feels like they come in like spikes, like sometimes you get a lot in a row, and then you don't get 1 for like 20 days. It's kind of funny. So right here, I found a 20 frame time saver here, like last year. So if you go to the right and go down the elevator, and if you flip instantly and do proper diagonal movement, you save like 20 frames as opposed to going down the main elevator. It kind of sounds funny. Yeah, I remember when I found it, I was like telling everyone, and they're like, "Whoa, 20 frames."
Well,
Whoa.
I mean, you found a lot of 20 frame time savers. So.
Yeah, and they've probably added up to like 20 seconds.
Yeah, probably.
So right there, we actually walk before flipping. That is to avoid a leg spike exclusive to this route. You might hear me mention those a lot, because I find them very interesting. So yeah, if you flip while the elevator is kind of deforming, you get that leg spike, so you have to walk for like a second to avoid it.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely worth mentioning because if you're not expecting them and they happen, they can really throw you off.
Yeah. So right here, we blow up the blocks to enter the pipe. This is actually suboptimal. There is a way to skip... There's a way to skip blowing up the blocks, and it saves nearly 5 seconds, but it is not worth it, in my opinion, because it's nearly frame perfect. It's not quite frame perfect, but it's very tight.
It's like the key early in 1.4, except you can't just jump and hold 2, you have to let go of 2 and then repress 2, and it's...
Yeah, you have to let go of 2 right when you initiate the jump, and you need to hold 2 for nearly an exact amount, and then you have to repress it after the jump. So right here, you might think, why don't we return pipe and go into Chapter 3? Well, we have a thing to pick up that is actually very important. This was discovered by PTL about a year ago, and I actually thought, or he actually thought of applying it to the any percent route, and I actually applied it, and it saved 15 seconds. It's very convenient that you just go down this pipe and you get this item. So we're gonna flip in the top left corner of the room, and it just clips us in.
Yep. I guess... I don't know why that happens. I guess they just screwed up the collision there somehow. But yeah, we can just walk straight out of bounds there.
Really, really weird. That item sells for 400 coins, so you could see how it took only like 20 seconds to get it and sell for 400 coins. That sounds very worth it, because it is very worth it.
Yep, because we're going to be needing, in total, doing quick math here, 450 coins for the rest of the game?
440, yeah.
440. Yes, 440, yeah.
So yeah, we need 500 total coins in the entire game. We needed 60 that... No, we actually need 520, because we need 20 in Chapter 4 for reasons we'll talk about in a bit.
Oh, yes. Oh, right.
So yeah, it's kind of cool how, like... It's kind of cool how like, all of our coins come from one item that takes 20 seconds to get.
Yeah,
really cool.
because we used to have to, like, pick up a bunch of different items in Chapter 4.
Yeah, so the HP Plus item just saved so much time because you didn't have to collect all these random items and then sell extra things. Well, right here, we actually go on top and kick this Koopa shell. This is actually like 2 seconds faster than flipping around, and you get points and coins, so it's so worth it.
Yep. And here we get to float across to this pipe with Peach. It skips the entire underground section of this level, basically.
Yeah, so we get into the warp zone. It's like the 1-2 warp zone, actually. And we enter the middle pipe, which takes us to the end here. Grab these 2 coins. One thing is, a lot of the top runners are really good at collecting coins without losing time, because you do need some coins in this route still. We need about 60 coins from here on out.
Yeah.
So right here, we blow up this castle, and something interesting is this cutscene drops items and coins, and also it gives you points, so kind of cool.
Cool.
Sometimes I like to meme complain about how many coins I get from there. So that run, I did not get that many coins.
Here's the Bowser fight. In the past, some people used to do this with... Well, some people still do this with a shell shock, an additional shell shock, but it turns out that it's not really any faster. Well, it's definitely slower at this point to do it.
Yeah,
it's
so
it
saves like a second in the fight to do the boomer strat if you do it extremely optimally. But then you have to buy the shell shock and collect the coins, so it just ends up being not worth it. If you happen to have an extra shell shock, it's worth it to use it though.
Yeah,
because it makes the fight free.
Yeah, it is a safer strat for sure, because you're not going to take any damage, and yeah.
Yeah, something interesting about HP is the last time we healed was 2-4, and from here until like 4-4, we're not gonna heal that many times. After 3-3, we don't heal at all until 4-4. It's kind of interesting. So health actually does become problematic if you don't have a level up in there, which this route specifically, the GBS route, does not get a level up around there. So it's kind of interesting.
Yep. So here we're gonna get Bowser, our third playable character. And as Zach mentioned this earlier, but he does double damage. He also has a fire breath attack, and both of those make him extremely useful for a lot of boss fights.
Yeah, the main reason that we don't use him a lot is because he's very slow. So once we get Carry sets an actual speed to every character, so we don't lose time being Bowser on Carry. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, Mario and Luigi are the same speed, Peach is a little bit slower, and then Bowser is quite a bit slower.
Yeah, so we get to one of my favorite levels in the game because of all like the small tech in it. So this is 3-2. It's an underwater level, but because water is slow, we want to maximize our time in the air, because in the air we get top speed. So we just jump out of the water until we can't, and then when we're underwater, it's actually faster to walk on the ground.
Yeah.
So right here, I'm kind of being careful to not move diagonally while walking, and while in the air, I move diagonally because it's faster to move in the air. I kind of pressed 2 a couple extra times there on accident. No idea why. But yeah. So this level was unfortunately a little bit sloppy. So if you notice anything unoptimal, that's why.
So here we're going to grab some coins, and then we're going to pick up probably the most important item in the game, the gold bar. This wasn't... We always picked up this item even before we knew how broken it was, because it sold for, I think, 90 coins. But now we can use it to do a lot of broken things, namely clip out of bounds. And the reason we can do that is because it's the only item in the game that you can just toss out at will. Every other item, when you click on it, you use it. With the gold bar, it just throws it in front of you.
Yeah, so right there I did a bunch of enemy dodging. It's a very cool section where you jump over these spiked Goombas and then you duck under these bloopers. You kind of have to react to what the bloopers do. And the funny thing is, it only saves a few frames to do it like that instead of switching to Bowser early. So it's just a very tiny optimization. I just go for it because I never fail it anyway. So
yeah. And the bloopers are RNG, so they move completely randomly as far as I know.
Yeah, they tend to stay away from the ground, so you can kind of, if you know that, you can kind of predict where they're going to move. So we'll kind of see that more in depth here.
It's probably also important to note that underwater, it's fastest to open the doors from the side because the walking animation, or the in cutscene walking animation, is actually faster than just walking on the ground while underwater.
Yeah, underwater walking is ever so slightly slower than the cutscene walking speed, so it's kind of an interesting thing. So yeah, right here, maximizing the time we're on the ground, you could really see how much effort I put into staying on the ground.
I guess we didn't even mention we got Thudley.
Oh yeah, we got Thudley.
Who is also one of the most broken things in this game, because he will allow us to infinite jump using Thudley and Mario, and we'll talk about that more once we actually start doing some Thudley jumps. But yeah.
There's actually surprisingly not many Thudley jumps in the run. There used to be a lot, but now that we could clip through any given wall, we don't have to Thudley jump over any walls anymore, so we just clip through them. So there will only be a few instances of Dudley jumps until Chapter 7. So right here, we are going to fight the blooper. We be careful to switch to Bowser before the blooper fight, because there is a cool strat that I found a few months ago. I found it in July 18th, 2020. If you hold down and then clear the text boxes, it 99.9% consistently hits the red tentacle.
And yeah.
That like 0.001% that it doesn't really sucks, but we kind of just accept it because it saves like 12-ish seconds. 12, 13 seconds, something like that. It saves a lot of time. So we're going to track down the red tentacle, and we're just going to ground pound it until the fight is over. The strat we used to use, we flip in 3D, switch to Bowser, flip back into 3D, switch to Mario. It just took forever.
I mean, yeah, that strat was pretty cool. It was a lot slower than this.
Yeah, there was actually a strat before we called it Task Blooper. You had to like randomly track down the red tentacle because we didn't have like a consistent setup, so we kind of just, some people went for it. I really didn't like it until now. It still sucks because there's that like 0.01% that you just don't get the hit in and you lose like 30 seconds. Thankfully, it is rare enough that we don't have to worry about it.
Alright. So here is the tree. Oh no.
I did not remember that. That is funny. Like a few second time lost here. Thankfully, I know how to back up things because I've practiced the movement a lot, so any other person I feel like would have lost a lot more time than I would have there.
So there's the first Thudley jump of the run. Thudley jumps are done by ground pounding and then canceling your ground pound and then flipping the frame after the ground pound is canceled, which is actually 4 frames after you cancel it.
Yeah.
Because there's an input delay. So it's a frame perfect trick, but it's a little more doable than some other ones because you're in control of both the inputs.
Mm-hmm. Right there, you only have to hold fire for about a second, then you just wait like 5 seconds. Not 5 seconds, you wait like 3 seconds for the cutscene to start. It saves like a couple frames if you like move to the right during that. But unfortunately, I ended up near the middle of the door, so I didn't save anything. Right here, we Thudley jump up to this yellow platform. I actually kind of found that recently that we could use that yellow platform to only do 1 Thudley jump if we flip beforehand. It's kind of neat.
Yeah, that is neat. So here is our... Oh yeah, maybe you can explain this.
Yeah, so right now we're going to utilize 3D clipping. It's going to be really fast. So we throw the gold bar against the wall in 3D. We jump onto the gold bar while slimmed, and if you switch pixels, it kind of like unslims you. And in this like glitch state, you can just move, you can slide during the pixel switch. So you can just skip the entire inside of the tree and enter the door that was created by the blue switch.
Yeah. And for that one specifically, it's not too difficult. You just have to make sure that you don't go too far into the wall.
Yeah. So what I do is during the slide, I hold right during the whole time, and then when I see Mario start falling, I just hold left. So here is the Dimentio fight. If you switch characters right under Dimentio, you can get a free hit in without taking any damage. And now we just kind of use damage and Dudley to get some hits in. If you are in invulnerability frames, you can use Dudley and you just clip up onto an enemy, and it's so incredibly broken. We're gonna use that a lot throughout the entire run.
And it's worth mentioning that Dudley also doubles your damage, so with Bowser it actually quadruples your damage. So you're able to just do a bunch of damage really quickly.
Yeah, it's crazy how useful Dudley is. We actually used Dudley for another boss in the run, but he got cut out because of scanner skip, so it's kind of unfortunate. I really liked the fight that we skipped, but it's okay. So now we're at the outside section. There's RNG with these red winds. So what we do is we rush to the top as fast as we can, and then we just hope that there's a red wind. Sometimes the game can troll you, and the red wind is like too far gone already, and you couldn't have made it to it.
Yeah,
So-
I've seen clips of just people waiting for like 10 seconds for a red wind, or even longer.
I've had to wait 40 seconds for a red wind before. I'm not even joking. It's so bad. Very, very unlucky.
Yeah, and there the Lakitu can also sometimes come with you and can really.
Oh gosh, yeah. So yeah, the Lakitu, if you're too close to him, he starts coming towards you. So if he like notices you, you kind of have to like stay to the right of the wind, kind of jump off to the right, move back, and hope he goes off screen. But if he does not go off screen, he can throw a Spiny on the pipe, and the Spiny is just stuck on the pipe, and you cannot even go in it. It's so bad.
So right here, you could theoretically save. I think it's less than a second by just doing a Thudley jump up to hit that switch instead of switching to Bowser, but it's not worth it.
No, it actually turns out it's faster to switch
really?
to Bowser. Yeah, I believe so.
Oh,
I
okay.
forget why. Someone timed it a while ago.
Okay. So is it just the other one that you would
Yeah,
the
it's
Thudley
just
jump
the
would be
other
faster?
one.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it should be faster on a second thought doing a Thudley jump. Well, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
It's probably really close.
Yeah, and then
either way.
it's just a Thudley jump for like a quarter of a second, and that's kind of a waste of time in my opinion. So now you might notice that we skipped getting carry in the basement. We are going to do a full carry skip. This was a very, very theoretical trick that might have been used one day in speedruns, but thankfully we found a less bad version. The old version did like 20 Thudley jumps under a low ceiling total.
Yeah. You had to do tiny Thudley jumps. You couldn't fail a single one basically, or else you would hit the spikes and have to restart.
Yeah.
And it saved what, 12 seconds?
Yeah, it saved 12 seconds before. Now, with the 3D clipping, we kind of just run around the room. It saves like, I think it's like 25, maybe 30 seconds. It saves quite a bit. It's mostly because of the flip animations. There's like 20 total flips, so it's a lot.
Yeah, when you're doing Thudley jumps, it does tend to be a little slow.
Yeah, so right here, something cool is these two rooms are connected, the bottom and top room. So you have to play it optimally in the bottom room to make this cycle jumping on this Meowbot. If you were slow in the first room in any way, you cannot make the jump. Very, very funny thing. So it's actually still loaded up there. Very neat fact that I noticed.
That is cool.
So it is actually possible to clip out of that room, Thudley jump up, and then clip down with the gold bar. But it ends up being slower, unfortunately. Or fortunately, because Thudley jumps are bad. So yeah, another Slim clip. We go on top of the gold bar with Slim, switch pixels, frame perfectly. We pull up the 1-2 menu, and then we just hold towards where we want to go, and we slide through collision.
Yeah, luckily, because of the way that the 1-2 quick menu works, you can actually sort of buffer it out of closing the item, like the "you got an item" text, which is what makes it not a frame perfect pause, really. I guess.
So now we are going to Thudley jump to the switch. Never mind, we don't like that. So it saves like a second to Thudley jump to the switch, but I opt out of that because it's actually a fairly precise Thudley jump. You have to like really get low and time your flip at the exact right time, along with actually getting the Thudley jump. So I just deem it to not be worth it.
Yeah, I've tried it before, and it's just a little awkward because the switch is not lined up with you when you flip into 3D.
Yeah. So right here, On the east wing, we had to put in a passcode. On the west wing, we have to put in a different passcode. They're 2323 2828. So kind of just remember them. You have to kind of get good at remembering them when you're running at a top level.
Yeah, but before carry skip, we did them the other order. So
yeah,
sometimes it's easy to forget.
It's actually not. It's actually like a couple frames faster to do carry skip before this side. It doesn't really matter. The reason we did it last time is it saved a pixel switch.
Yeah.
The reason I do it here is because I want to get the skip out of the way early, so I just, like, if I were to reset to it, I just wasted, like, 2 minutes of my life.
That makes sense, yeah.
It makes sense to put, like, tricks early if you can, so in this case, it doesn't matter where it goes, so just do it first. So now we got both of the keys, we just backtrack to the main room.
Yep.
So something to note is that carry skip doesn't save that much time, it's only about 20 to 30 seconds. So it's nothing a beginner would do, but obviously at a top level you need that time save. It's not hard, so yeah, it's not that bad.
It's not hard, but it's hard to do optimally.
Yeah, exactly.
Because there's a lot of menuing and a lot of
Yeah, right here we switch to Peach like as close to the key area as possible because Peach has a slower movement speed than Mario. So I see some people switch to Peach right at the start there, kind of loses like a second. Just a little optimization.
Yep, and you have to switch to Peach because otherwise the door does not let you in.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that. That is one of three, I believe, 3 uses that Peach has in the run.
It's
opening that door.
2-1 opening the door and 4-4, right?
Yeah, and 2-3, 4-4. Okay, to be honest, all of the uses are optional except for this one and the mini in 8-2.
Right, but yeah.
Something to note here is you do actually have control of what text boxes you pick, or of what text options you pick. The top one is nice, the middle one is like average, and the bottom one is like bad, or like mean. I don't know, it's like a mean response, a nice response, or a neutral response. So we do nice response, and mean response, nice response. It saves like 5 seconds if you do it that exact way. Yeah, if you say something nice on the third like kind of text option, it takes so long for the text, so it just ends up saving 5 seconds. So yeah, that's Francis. Now we get to the Francis fight. This fight is very RNG heavy, but thankfully in this route we have Feldly out. So we get to see where Francis is going if you ground pound the floor. In the old route, we had carry out, so we kind of just had to wait until he spawned. So unfortunately, this is the biggest time loss of the run. This is just bad RNG. Francis went over to the right wall. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, when Francis goes over the right wall, you actually have to walk over there, I think, in order for him to do anything.
Yeah, you do. So, if I got the hit in there, he would have spawned behind me, but I didn't, so then he spawned in front of me, and it just lost like 30 seconds. So unfortunately, the biggest time loss of the run. But yeah, I did mention something. If you hit Francis, he spawns behind you consistently. So it's kind of a neat thing to know. I could not hit him there, so it is not really my fault.
Yep. And yep, there's the ice storm. It's also worth, I guess, mentioning that theoretically it might be kind of faster to not use the ice storm on him.
Yeah.
But it would be such an inconsistent strat that it's probably not worth it for RTA.
Yeah, the thing is theoretically it'd be faster to just get an ice storm drop and then skip the shot.
Well, sure.
Yeah. I feel like that's even more likely than saving time with the no ice storm fight, so...
It might be.
Yeah, so unfortunately a very big time loss. It was about 30 seconds. This is about the equivalent to the time save of the slow flower. So I kind of like to think that they canceled each other out and no time was saved or lost, kinda, so... It doesn't bother me that much that I lost 30 there. It's completely out of my control. And I did gain 30 from the slow flower, so... Not too bad.
Yep. So here's the last... Well, this is the last somewhat long, inter-chapter cutscene. I guess 5 is a little is long-ish too, but not as long.
Thankfully, this one is very, very interesting. There's 2 different 3D clips we're going to use. They're both very cool, especially the first one. So we need to get to the Chapter 4 Heart Pillar. If you remember when we went to the Chapter 2 and 3 one, we went down that pipe. This time, if we go down on that same screen, we get to the Chapter 4 Heart Pillar area. So now that we have access to 3D clipping, and knowing that the top of Flipside Tower is linked to the bottom, they're both loaded at the same time, we can just jump right to the Chapter 4 Heart Pillar. So it's really cool, you'll see that soon.
Yeah, I think the Flipside Tower and floors 3 and 2 are loaded at the same time. So you can clip all the way down to floor 2 from the top.
Sorry, you cut out for me. What did you just say there?
Oh, I was just saying that only floors 2 and 3 are loaded, as well as the top of Flipside Tower. Yeah.
So here we go. We're going to clip out of bounds on the right wall here, and we're going to jump onto this the small tiny bridge that you saw earlier. Thankfully, I found a nice visual cue. There's this kind of big line you can align with. It's like telling you there's a bridge over there, jump off to the right. So yeah, thankfully, very easy. And we're going to land on the bridge. It's such a cool trick. I'm really glad that was implemented.
Yeah, that's a really cool one. It's nice. It's nice when cool stuff like that also happens to save time.
Yeah, so it skips going down the elevator, flipping, going across the bridge, and yeah. So now we're going to put the heart in the pillar. We also noticed we got Carry, pixel skips. Carry lets you move faster. Carry also makes you able to jump on platforms easier because like your floor hitbox is bigger, if that makes sense. Kind of like be on the edge of a platform with Carry. You'll actually see that in a few places. So
Carry,
we're not going. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say we're not going to switch to Carry here because we're going to do another clip after we enter the chapter.
Right. And I'm just going to say, I was just going to say that Carrie also, I don't actually remember what I was going to say. So that's cool. Oh, yeah, yes. She allows you to jump on spike-topped enemies and walk over spikes. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah. I don't think we use Carry for that purpose ever.
Do we?
On spiked enemies. Going over spiked thingies.
I guess we don't.
I'll notice it when we get there. It's so hard to just remember something like that. So yeah, we did not switch to Carry because we're about to do another Slim clip. As you'll see, I switched to Slim before the door. So now we have Slim out, and we're going to clip down to Merlon's house. Unfortunately, we can't clip inside of it because the house is not loaded until we open it at the door. So we just clip down, open the door. Saves like 3 seconds, I think. 3, 4 maybe.
Yeah, this one's really cool. I like this one too.
Yeah.
All of the ones, whenever you go out of bounds, the camera always does weird things, and it always looks really cool.
Yeah. So as you notice, we have 4 items. We have the Shroom Shake, which is kind of just like a thing we had for just safety purposes, now it's just useless. We have a Shell Shock, which will be used in 7-2. We have a HP Plus, which will sell, and that's it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that we have the Shroom Shake, but we don't even need it anymore. You might think, like, oh, you might want it for healing. Well, I guess that's fair, but kind of don't really need it at the top level.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. It's nice for newer runners, like myself, but Zach's not going to take enough damage that it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, right there is a green guy in front of the elevator if you don't do the click to Merlon, but because of what I said, like Flipside Tower and Flipside Tower and the bottom of Flipside are loaded at the same time, he actually moves enough out of the way, which is awesome. So, don't have to worry about that guy anymore. In old routes where we didn't click to Merlon, he was always in the way of the elevator.
Yeah, that's definitely annoying. So here we're going to go release the goldfish down in the basement of Flipside. The only time we're going to be even going to this part of Flipside in this route, or in this run at least.
Yeah, something interesting to note is we actually could go to Flopside right now, but it's useless. There was a route that I timed where you'd open the Flipside to Flopside pipe, but it was slower by like 20 seconds, unfortunately. Would have been really cool pre-Chapter 4 to just open the pipe and then go in the chapter.
Yeah, because you're able to clip into Flopside early now.
Yeah. Which we'll actually see in the run, because it saves time anyways.
Yep.
So now we get to 4-1, which is arguably the most boring level in the entire game, but it does have a couple things to mention.
Right. So here we're going to use Tippy, see the spaceship, and we're going to get this little guy, Squirps, who basically turns the game into a space shooter.
So something really interesting here is during these text boxes, I'm actually holding the A button, and it buffers it frame 1 that you close the final text box, that you're holding the shoot button. You want to like make a portal or whatever. So I'm holding A right now, and then it buffers holding A, so it just saves like a few frames or something. So these portals are very long cutscenes, unfortunately, but there is one cool thing about them, and it is if you jump off carry, the frame you touch them, you skip the animation of getting off carry. So it's a really cool trick.
Yeah. They're pretty difficult, but just because they're frame perfect. But it doesn't really, like, it's always worth it to go for them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So these enemies are actually RNG. They kind of just get in the way. They're annoying. If you hop off carry the frame you touch one of these enemies, or not frame, if you hop off carry before you get hit by an enemy, you can instantly remount carry with like very minimal time lost. So if you know you're going to get hit by an enemy, you kind of time that so that happens.
Yeah, yeah. So 4-1 is just sort of a maze, basically. So we're just gonna. It's not. Yeah, it's not a particularly interesting level.
Yeah, it's just going through portals and trying to get the 1 frames.
Yep. And hoping enemies don't get in your way.
Yeah, so one thing here is my visual cue for the animation skips is when Carrie touches the edge of the portal. And there's one specific animation skip that lines up so perfectly. So you just hold left and then you time hopping off Carrie right when the space helmet touches the portal. So it's a very easy one to get consistently. It'll be in 4-3. Thankfully, not all the levels in this chapter are like the space ones. Most of them are on the ground, so it'll be very interesting to see those levels because you get some altered gravity. Well, only in 4.2. In 4.4, you get normal gravity, and it's arguably one of the coolest levels in the game.
Yeah, 4.4 is probably one of my, it might be my favorite level. At least level design in the game, especially casually. But it's also a very cool speedrun level, for sure.
Yeah, I like a lot of the levels. I feel like after 3.1, all the levels are really good, to be honest, except for like 4.1, 4.3,
Yeah.
and a few others. So right at the start here, we're going to switch to Bowser. Sounds like a very questionable strat, but carry gives you the same speed regardless of what character you're on. So if you were to hop on Mario now, and then go to where you need Bowser, you'd have to hop on carry an extra time. So it's faster to switch to Bowser first, and then hop on carry.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun movement with Bowser. It's also really easy because you're really big, and jumping off the platforms are really easy. So yeah, I would have had to hop on carry, and I also couldn't have fired during the jump there, so pretty cool time save. So something to mention in this next room, there's actually a theoretical time save. It saves like 3 seconds, I believe, where you would do a Bowser bump. It is a frame-perfect midair trick, similar to a life string jump, and you just jump over this wall instead of flipping. I think it'd be like a second faster now with optimal strats.
Yeah.
So it's not really worth it.
It's probably not worth it. It would just save switching from well, it would save a couple of pixel switches basically, and flips.
Mm-hmm. So
yeah,
this room is really cool.
Yeah, it's another one of those megastar rooms.
So this one we do without flipping. It's really cool. So the fuzzies, they always jump when you load them on screen, and it lines up that they jump again when you get towards them. But if they jump far to the right, you can get hit. So you kind of have to, if you see them jumping to the right or they're staying far to the right, you jump over them. If not, you go under them. It's a pretty interesting room.
So here's an interesting part. We have to say no to this guy twice because he wants to. First, he wants 1,000 coins, and then he wants 100 coins. But he will give the ancient paper or ancient clue or whatever to you for 10 coins. And if you accept like 100 coins, your run is basically dead because you have to pay him 100 coins, which is.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. We don't have 100 coins, so we have to just find coins or just quit the run, which you would do all the time.
Yep.
So yeah, that guy's name is Blappy. For anyone who doesn't know, we call him like the belly button man. He has ended some of my best runs. 2 of my best runs ever, actually, have ended to him. Thankfully, this run didn't, and this was one of my better runs, so...
Yeah, and it's also worth. I don't know if we've really mentioned double inputs yet, but
we haven't.
this game does occasionally do double inputs, and especially in menus, it can just kill your run out of nowhere, and there's not really much you can do about it.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
So the thing about double inputs is if you press a button, and then 1 frame later you press another button, the game duplicates your input for whatever reason. So if you're holding down, mashing 2, if you like press down and then left a frame later on accident, you get a double input. If you press like 2 a frame after, you get a double input. So there's this thing I call double input into items. I know it sounds silly, but when you're trying to switch pixels, you can double input into the items section and use an important item and lose the run. So it's very unfortunate when that happens. So I've gotten really good at reacting to these double inputs, and I think I can honestly consistently dodge using the wrong thing, so it's kind of cool.
Yeah, but yeah, I've seen runs die to double inputs. I've seen people use the wrong item and lose a bunch of time. It's yeah.
Yeah, like, you could just hear, like, the double sound, like, you know, that, like, kind of menu sound. You just hear it duplicating, you're like, oh no, wait. You kind of have to, like, second guess yourself if you hear that sound. You have to, like, react to it and not use an item. So this was actually a really good 4-2, other than the ending section where I failed to jump off of the elongator. To be honest, I think that would have golded if I had jumped off the elongator. So you may notice I've lost 2 minutes to my sum of best in like the first hour and a half. And you may also notice that I'm only going to lose, well, judging on the final time of the run, 3:55.21, I'm going to lose a lot less in the second half of the run, which is actually pretty crazy because the second half is way harder.
Oh, for sure, the second half is much harder.
Yeah, the first half is fairly straightforward.
Yeah, other than something like Greenbridge Skip, which is definitely difficult, but this run had an extremely good Greenbridge Skip, so...
Yeah. This run overall is really easy for beginners, but really hard at the top level. At the top level, it's a pretty big grind, if I'm gonna be honest. Because there's a lot of tricks like Dudley Jumps, Greenbridge Skip, and all these other run enders too.
Yeah, there's just so much. There's also just so much time that you can lose super easily from just like slightly suboptimal movement.
Yeah. The thing is, like, this run is so long that, like, as soon as you improve at movement, you're just gonna gold random segments that you thought you'd never gold just because they're so long, or because it's such a long run, and you don't notice these small unoptimal things, which just comes from improving movement. And yeah, that's why, like, people ask me, how do you get golds every single run? Well, it's just because, like, there's so many segments. There's 42 segments, I think. And as soon as my movement improves, I have a higher chance at getting a best segment anywhere.
Yeah.
So right there, we pass by the gold shroom, or the ghost shroom, gold shroom, ghost shroom. We used to get that item and a bunch of other items, but thankfully, we have the HP plus. So now we only need 40 coins total after Chapter 4. Which I'm at 36, and I need to buy an item here, so I'm gonna have to collect a few coins in Chapter 4.
Yep.
This chapter is just go to the store, buy the thing, and then go back, so not really too interesting. This is what I was talking about the easy animation skip. Kind of just hop off carry right when your space helmet touches it, but I still failed it. Unfortunately. Thankfully, I do end up getting one.
I think you got the one going into that portal.
Oh, I did. Okay. Yeah, I missed it. Yeah, I did get one at least in the entire run, so that's cool. Got to show
I think it must have been the one in the going into the blue portal.
Yeah. Oh, we got the shooting star at the start of this level. I completely forgot. That'll be used in 7-2. And another thing to mention is I opened that Scorp's hole on the very left side. This skipped a cutscene swim, or like space movement animation. It saves like a second and a half. It's actually very significant. I found it out from the task like a month ago, and I just implemented it recently, so it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting.
There's a lot of things like that I just never knew, and I like to watch the tasks a lot and try and notice these things.
Yeah, I there's probably a ton of things that just naturally came up when making a task, because I mean, you probably just try a bunch of different things and see which one takes the least amount of frames, so.
Exactly. So there is a lot of small optimizations in this level. It is 7.5 minutes long. Nearly all of it is gameplay, so we'll get a lot of cool movement going in this level.
yeah, there's a lot of I mean, it's a giant maze with switching gravity and lots of stuff in 3D and
Yeah, lots of turning around too, which is where movement gets more interesting.
yeah, and it's somewhat difficult, especially when you're first learning it, because when you're in all these different gravity systems, you have to keep switching up how you move around.
Exactly. So now we're going to get the first key. We're gonna have, I think, 3 keys around this entire area.
Yeah.
So as I mentioned earlier, low on coins, I need to kill some Pigarithms, which give, I think it's 8 to 14 coins, and right there, I got an item drop. I remember this. I was pretty mad about that.
That's such a low chance.
Yeah, getting an item is like less than 2%, and if you get one, you don't get any coins, so... Kind of just had to kill some extra pigs, and I got my 40 coins, and now we're going to see a very cool movement strat. If you go in the top right corner there and switch to down left and do 2 jumps, you can kind of just get to the top really quickly. Very cool strat that I found like 3 months ago. I don't know, it was a while ago.
Yeah, but before the HP plus route, we used to have to kill a bunch of pigs in this level, luckily.
So right here, the carry boost. If you jump off carry while holding 2 with full momentum as Peach, you get this kind of like insane speed with Peach's Parasol. So it just saves a lot of time there.
Yeah, Peach's Parasol is very weird. There's another possible time save later in this level that we could probably talk about.
Oh yeah, yeah we could. Yeah, it's a very precise thing. We'll try and talk about it when we get there. So now we get this key. This is, I'd say, the biggest potential skip in the game that's left, honestly. And it's a minute time saver. If you could either get the chest from the bottom gravity or open the door from the top gravity, you'd save about a minute and a half. It just seems like it's so close to being likely. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, but unless we find, it's gonna need some sort of new discovery in order to make it happen.
Yeah, it just feels like it could be possible.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one of the biggest potential skips remaining.
Yeah, for sure. So right here, we are going to enter a key door with carry. This is the first time I believe we've done this. If you do a turnaround, you get carry right in the middle of the door, and that just makes the door close right away. So it's actually very important to do those very small optimizations that kind of add up.
And yep.
So this is the part where I check my timer. If I have sub 340 entering that door, it's good. So this was kind of a bit bad because of the Pigarithms. So right here, this switch, if you hit it with Peach, you can like very precisely float with the Parasol and triple hit the switch. It saves like probably 5 seconds if you do it correctly. It's really finicky. I haven't gotten it in RTA yet, but I assume it's possible. In RTA, it's just probably not going to happen in a run.
I think it's like 2 or 3 frame perfect inputs. So
I believe it's only 1.
Or maybe it's just 1. It's 1 frame perfect and then like a couple of precise inputs.
Yeah, I've done it all except for the final Parasol into the block, which seems to be extremely precise.
Yeah, and I think that is also a thing that only works on 1.0, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, 1.0 or 1.01. So right here is a gravity switch skip, but I failed it. So if you land on the enemy, you can double hit the switch and go right to the door. It saves like 3 seconds, but it's very RNG heavy.
It's completely RNG, which is... The enemy could be anywhere, basically. I mean, not anywhere, but...
So now we get into one of the first of 2 big time saves with the Slow Flower. So in 1-1, we got a lot of extra points than normal due to a 10% drop. a slow flower, and we get to like destroy Brobot. Normally we'd have to wait until a red power-up comes up, so we'd like hug the right side of the screen until we get the red power-up. But now we get to damage a Brobot early, so we kind of just like shoot away until he's dead. Saves like 10 seconds having the slow flower by here.
Hey.
So that fight was actually pretty interesting. You just jump on Mr. L until he's dead. You just do a bunch of short jumps.
Yeah.
Very quick and easy fight. It doesn't really take that much thinking. You just jump on him until he's dead.
Yep. That's not too difficult.
So
Yeah.
here's
so,
Robot. You get to shoot early and do damage. Something to note is that the red power-up still does more damage, so we're going to put that up still. And now we're doing like 2s and 3s. Or just 2s. My bad. But yeah.
Yeah.
Very quick boss.
Yep. Yeah, normally you'd have to wait. Yeah, you have to wait until the red power up in order to do any damage at all because of Robot's high defense.
But then now we have such high attack level because of our points.
Yeah.
So now we're about to finish 4-4, which is arguably one of the coolest levels in the game. But there is a lot of cool levels coming up. Especially 5-1. 5-1 is really cool because of how optimized it is. We kind of just like beat the level in like 3 minutes.
Yeah, Chapter 5 has a lot of cool stuff.
Yeah,
5-3
it's definitely one of my favorite chapters in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, there's major skips and major-ish. I guess there's major skips in 2 of them and a cool strat in 5 too. So.
Yeah.
A very important one.
So yeah, saved a bit of time because of having the slow flower. Unfortunately, it was kind of a bad segment otherwise. Lost a bit of time here and there, and I didn't really do the fight that well, so I didn't end up saving much time at all. So now we're at pre-chapter 5. This is a very interesting segment. There's a lot to talk about. We're going
definitely.
to utilize Flopside early, and we're also going to unfortunately see one of the biggest time losses in the run. This and Francis being the 2 biggest ones. But otherwise, I think it's a really cool segment. There's a lot of cool tricks in it.
Yeah, definitely.
So something interesting is during these cutscenes, after the Black cutscene, at the top of Flipside Tower, NPCs at the bottom are still moving. So on English, you actually save time. Or no, you don't save time, you do not lose time because of the slower text. Because the blue guy in front of the elevator moves out of the way because of the slightly slower text. It's kind of neat. So for Japanese, we actually do something different. We switch pixels, and it kind of lets the blue guy move a little bit, so he gets out of the way. It ends up saving a bit of time doing that. The reason we're going to switch pixels is because we need Slim in the next room. Because we're going to perform Flopside early, and it's not early Flopside, but it's like we're going there early. I don't know. We don't need to go there the normal way, because it's a little bit slower. It's like 5 seconds slower.
Flopside, very slightly early.
5 seconds early.
5 seconds early, yeah.
So yeah, right here, switch pixels, and now that blue guy moves out of the way, and we can open the elevator. Okay, so now we're going to do a kind of scene walk here. We're going to throw the gold bar in 3D, clip out of bounds, and then get on carry just so that we could move on the scene easier. And then we go around this wall, and we head over and jump to the bridge. Except we don't jump to the bridge because we failed. And that lost about 25 to 30 seconds, unfortunately. So, again, it's a very
that's
long
painful.
run. Yeah, it's really painful. It's a really long run, a lot can go wrong, so kinda just have to ignore big mistakes like that sometimes. Fortunately, the run does pick up from here, and there is very, very, very minimal time losses from here on out. Which is why
definitely.
this one got a really good time. So right here, we actually hit the blocks 4, 5, 6, 7. The easy solution is hit all of the blocks. But it turns out there's exactly one other solution, and it's that what we just did. It saves like a second doing it like that.
Yeah.
Apparently it's a very simple computer science problem, that's what Mohawk said, even though I don't understand it at all.
Yeah, it's it's very interesting that I mean we found some sort of forum post from like 2009 that says, hey, there's this other solution to this puzzle, but
and we were like 10 years late almost.
Yeah, because it wasn't found until what was it, 2019?
Yeah.
Until it started being used in speedruns.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. Unfortunately, because of how documentation went back in the day, that stuff kind of got lost in history, but then refound. So right here, we just sold the HP Plus, and we bought 2 Mighty Tonics, and now we're going to leave with 300 coins. You may be wondering, why are we leaving the shop with extra coins? Well, we need 300 coins to open this pipe to flip side to flop side, so it'll just save time in backtracking, basically.
Yeah. Yeah,
So yeah,
this,
right
this...
here, fun fact, if you talk to this guy while on carry, it loses no time. His text appears right away still. It's kind of cool. There's actually a few times where I've like walked into him and you just clip right through him while trying to talk to him. It's hilarious. One time I literally just walked up and tried to talk to him. I just went right through him.
Yeah, I think it's just talking to people in 3D. You have to like...
Yeah.
It sometimes doesn't work as well. I've noticed it a little bit with the dude in 1-2 sometimes.
Yeah, so
it's a little weird.
just opened a pipe from flop side to flip side. We're going to use that to get to the heart pillars, because the heart pillars are all in flop side now. They're the opposite locations of the flip side heart pillar. So this is heart pillar 1. The next one is going to be the chapter 2 heart pillar. And yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it makes it very easy to remember where they are.
Yeah. Yeah, whenever I was writing guides for this game, I just said, go to chapter 1 heart pillar, but in flop side.
Yep.
So now we're going to enter chapter 5. This is like probably the coolest chapter in my opinion. There's a lot of cool movement optimizations again, which is something I really enjoy.
Yeah, 5 and 7 are probably the coolest chapters for the speedruns of this game.
Yeah, 5, 7, 3, even 4. 4 is pretty cool if you don't count 4-1 and 4-3.
Yeah. 4,
So yeah,
2,
as
and
you
4,
see
4,
there,
basically.
yeah, they're just boring levels. 4-1 and 4-2, or 4-1 and 4-3.
Yeah.
As you see, I'm 30 seconds behind the former record, which was my PB still, so 3:56.55 was the old one. So you could see that my best possible time is 3:53.38. So I play a minute 30 seconds, a minute 40 seconds within my sum of best for the the rest of the run, which is really good.
Yeah, it's hard to ask for any more than that. So
yeah. So yeah, the main thing I really like is that this run did have its time losses, but once we enter the second half, it's so minimal Like, there's like a couple small time losses.
Oh.
The second half of the game, I call it after Chapter 5. We used to call it entering Chapter 5, but then Chapter 5 is so incredibly short now, so I kind of just call it after Chapter 5, the second half of the game. When in reality, it's like after 5-3, probably.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
I guess as far as time is concerned, it probably is about after 5-1 or 5-2, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably after 5-2. But yeah. It's kind of weird to call it the second half in the middle of a chapter, so...
Yeah, no,
kind of
definitely.
Yeah. So this level is incredibly optimized. It's a very quick level. The goal is get to the end of it. There's a few text boxes, and then it's just move around. Something to note is there was a use of the 3D clipping. It saved like half of a second compared to perfect double jumps here. So the level didn't really save like any time. It saved like half a second. But now it's like completely free. No filthy jumps anymore.
Yep, it's... And, I mean, like, with old block puzzle skip, you could definitely easily lose time, much easier than with this method.
Yeah. So unfortunately here I failed the jump. I jumped a little bit too late. Just a small time loss, like 3 seconds or something. So right here I get off carry so I could go in between the blocks just to save like a few frames. It's questionable if it's worth it, but I don't know. I like it. So yeah, right here we're going to jump over a single muff and then flip into 3D. Ideally you jump over more, but it was in a bad position, so I couldn't. So I had to do this clip in 2D, which loses less than a second. It's like half a second or something, doing the clip in 2D. But I kind of made the quick judgment to do it in 2D, when it's actually optimal to do it in 3D. So this is the first time in the run that I'm going to save the game. No, it's the second time, because we do BBS. So I'm saving the game here, because I know that if I were to fail this, I could still have a chance at getting a PB. But ideally we don't fail it, and we didn't, so that was good.
Yep.
So I didn't really fail it, but I kind of failed it. So something very interesting is we're going to do a point grind here. And during the point grind, I actually accidentally found a new time save.
Yeah.
And one of the Japanese runners pointed out that it actually saves time. But the thing is it only saves time if you don't have the slow flower. So I kind of accidentally found it at the wrong time.
Yeah.
So yeah, right there.
Yeah.
The squiglet turned around, and we get to grind even more than we could have before.
Yep.
So
Because
it ended up losing time.
normally you have to kill the on the right because otherwise they'll be too close together. But by doing that, the other one turns around and you're able to have more room to jump on 2 coconuts at once, or rocks, or whatever.
Yeah, in this run it actually lost time because I had a slow flower run, so I grinded less. No matter if you had a slow flower or no matter your points, you stop at about 220k. This is to time a level up exactly at Robot L type in ?1, ?-1, or 6, I don't know. I call it that. I don't know what it's actually called. It's like 6
I think that's what it
revisited
is.
or something.
I think it's ?-1 is what the
Yeah.
game calls it.
So there we grabbed the water tablet, and now we're going to grab the stone tablet. No, the fire tablet, and then the stone tablet. And that was one of the bigger time saves with the slow flower. Unfortunately, I did end up losing like 10 seconds because of finding the accidental strat that saved time if you didn't have a slow flower. So since I did, I lost time, unfortunately. But it's okay. So yeah, it ended up that I didn't save like anything with the slow flower this run. Which is kind of nice, because I didn't want to run against I didn't want to run against a 10% chance run. So.
Yeah, and I don't remember. Was your last PB a slow flyer one, or was it the run before
Yeah, it was.
that?
It was.
Oh yeah.
Both of
Okay.
them were. Yeah, I got fairly lucky with the RNG. But then this time I got bad RNG somewhere else, so it didn't even matter. So right here we're going to grab a Mighty Tonic that's just conveniently on the ground.
It is pretty convenient, isn't it?
So Mighty Tonics double your damage, so we're going to use them in 3 places. We're going to use one at Count Bleck, one at Super Dimentio, and one at Dimentio. The one at Super Dimentio saves, like, a couple seconds compared to a perfect fight without it. But then doing it without it is super risky, so... yeah, it's obviously worth it getting the tonic.
Yeah, definitely worth it.
So right there, I switched to Bowser before the cutscene, so that we could have Bowser out instantly. It just lets us get a hit in right away. So now that we have done a grind, we have a lot more attack levels, so bosses will be pretty easy now. Right here, I tried to do a time save where I kill him on the first jump there. I like jump on the left side of him, turn around, and fire. But unfortunately, I missed it. It's quite precise, so... it saves like a couple seconds over what I did there.
Mm-hmm.
So something interesting is this room has a Yoshi statue. If you run around the Yoshi statue, you get the stone tablet. It spawns in. But for whatever reason, if you just like mess around in the room, it just spawns. Sometimes you just walk right up to it and it spawns. And you could save like a couple seconds, but it's never been figured out to this day.
Yeah, we just something is weird with it, and we don't know exactly what it is. But yeah, like I think, does the task just like walk up to it?
The task just walks around it. The task did not manipulate it.
Okay.
It must be really hard to try and figure that out. So right here, pretty cool jumps up the main area. We got the 3 tablets. Okay, so this is quite interesting. I got inspired by a new runner, actually, putting in the tablets in the wrong order on accident. I was like, wait, is this faster? Because you could menu buffer down to the second tablet and then put them in order, and then it saves like half a second. Very little optimization, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely an optimization nonetheless.
It's funny how many silly optimizations there are. So right here, we have to put in 4 characters. There, I accidentally clicked the cancel option. Kind of unfortunate. But yeah, the second time I got it, so... Fun fact, on English, you actually have to put in all characters, but on Japanese, you only need 4, so it's like a half-a-second time save.
Yeah, it's a little weird. I guess it's just, like, Japanese words are generally shorter. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why they decided to do that.
So yeah, this is the end of 5-2. So now we're going to enter 5-3, which has a few cool things and a few not cool things. Right at the start here, we'll see probably one of the most silly optimizations in this entire game. So, a brief history behind it is, one time I saved 5 seconds and I golded, and it was a bad segment, and I was super confused. And I didn't know for like 7 months, but yeah, if you delay these text boxes while Mario's walking until he stops, you save 5 seconds. It takes like 5 seconds for the next text box to appear.
And it's funny, like, no one noticed this for a long time because,
yeah.
I mean, they just assumed mashing through everything was the fastest way to do it.
Yeah, so one time I like dropped 2 text boxes there or something, and then I golded by 5 seconds. I was so confused, and then I video compared, and I came out of the first room like 5 seconds ahead. I was so confused, and I finally figured it out. Like, I was like, where do you save 5 seconds in just text? So, yeah, I finally figured it out, and now we do it in runs.
So here there's got a fast flower here, and we go all the way to the end of the room to maximize the amount of time that we're in fast flower.
Yeah. So now we're at the minecart sections. This part of the run is quite boring. There's a lot of waiting. This is kind of the time during an actual run where you like go get water or something, or take like a break on your hands or something like that.
Yep. They're the longest breaks in the game, and they're, what, like 30 seconds
39 seconds each, and then there's one other one that's like 20 seconds.
Yep. That's the biggest break you get in 4 hours.
Yeah,
Almost
there's also 8 heart pillars that are 30 seconds long each.
Right.
It's actually theoretically faster to skip these minecarts, but I couldn't make it faster in RTA. It's quite funny. You could jump off this enemy and, yeah, get over that gap. Normally you delay switching pixels so that you damage boost in, but I messed it up. So yeah, I'm gonna be right back right now. I need to go get water.
Alright.
Get back.
Alright, so on the way, oh, I guess that's not yet, but here he's gonna go into the other minecart room. And this one is just slightly different because you have to flip before getting in the minecart, or once you're in the minecart. It's funny, for a long time there were some people that thought that you had to hold left in order to take this left path in 3D, and NmFlash actually put that in his tutorial for speedrunning this game, and then he didn't realize what. I mean, it's crazy because someone who had played the game for that long didn't actually realize that you didn't have to hold left there. I mean, it makes sense that you would hold left there. I don't know why. I don't know why you don't need to, but.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I actually did not know about having to not having to hold left until like my second run. I actually forgot to hold left in my second run of this game, and it worked, and I was like, oh. Yeah, it's kind of funny because I learned off of Flash's tutorial, like you said.
Yeah, where he says, make sure you hold left.
Alright, so this room is quite interesting, backtracking in it. We're going to do a series of cool movements that I found pretty recently. So we kind of just do this room in 2D. I did get the RNG there, where the Spania went left to do the fast strat, but unfortunately I did a small jump and couldn't make it on the blocks. It actually seems like it's RNG based if the Spawnia moves left or right. So, it has to move left for that movement to work. It's pretty easy to adjust to, though, so it's nothing to worry about. So yeah, quite boring level. There is a few funny things, like we mentioned.
Yeah, just a couple small time saves.
Yeah, so we're going to see a minecart skip at the end of this level. It saves like 2 seconds. The reason it saves time is not really skipping the minecart itself. Well, part of it has to do with that, but part of it is switching to Peach while your pixels follow you, so that the door animation is like a second faster also. So it saves a second, but then you could save an extra second. You'll see here, I'll switch to Peach right when I get to the bottom, and my pixels are coming down during the switch, so ends up saving a bit of time there as well. So it makes the door close much faster. And then now we do a series of carry boosts, kind of like in 4-4, to just go over. I guess Peach is used a bit more than I thought. You kind of don't notice it sometimes.
Yeah. She's just not essential to most of the game.
Yeah. Like I said, this is only like a 2-second time save. Alright, so now we are approaching 5-4, which is probably the most... Other than 1-2, it has like the most history of any level in the entire game. Or maybe it's more than 1-2. Has a lot of history that has gone towards it.
A lot of recent history, especially over the past like 6 months.
So we better start talking about that now. Also, I got a gold split there. But yeah, so originally we had to do this level completely normally. It took 9 minutes, and then on the 22nd of May 2020, John P55 found gold bar clipping with Bowser and damage, and then it was found that you didn't need damage, so you skipped getting a shell shock. And then, so that was like the fastest strat for a while. And it saved like 2 minutes over the vanilla route. And now we're going to do scanner skip, which utilizes the new 3D clipping. And it's actually so incredibly easy to perform.
Yeah.
To do it fast, it's quite difficult, but yeah, it saves like 4 minutes over the vanilla route. And like another 2.5 minutes over Dottie skip.
Yeah, this is another one of those skips that's just been theoretical for so long.
So now we have to walk up right to the scanner trigger. As you might imagine, being on a pretty good run at this point, walking up to a precise area is going to be very difficult. So yeah, we walk right up to the scanner trigger, we clip out of bounds. Unfortunately, gold bar is RNG. Get it the second time though. So we're going to clip out of bounds with the 3D clipping, flip, and then we're going to jump into the scanner trigger and void out during the trigger, and we gain control and we could just skip the scanner. Like so.
Yep, and you have
It's
to
actually really precise how close you have to be to the scanner trigger for it to work.
Yeah, I believe it's a position between 0 and 1, approximately. It might actually be a little... You might have to be a little further in. Yeah, but it's crazy because for a while... Well, I guess maybe we should talk about this room a little bit.
Yeah, so this room has a lot of small optimizations. Unfortunately, I failed one there. But in the first area, you could do a duck jump to land on the ladder. If you like unduck after hitting the switch, you can grab the ladder much sooner. So it saves like a second doing that. And here, this is my favorite strat. This is really cool. So we're going to head to the very left of this hole that we're in, and we're going to jump from the save block to the block and then up top. Unfortunately, I failed it once here. But yeah, very cool platforming strat.
Yeah.
So yeah, this was a pretty good level. I failed one clip because of RNG, and I failed one of the strats in the painting room. Otherwise, pretty good. Unfortunately, I believe I did lose some time on the boss here, but the boss is really cool. So yeah, it's like really crazy how this level went from like 10 minutes to like 9xx just by improving movement, and then it went to like low 7, and then it went to mid 4.
Yep,
Mid 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's insane because scanner skip has been theorized for, I mean, forever. Because obviously, like, if people thought of, you know, getting past that room and just skipping getting the sprout that you have to get in order to get past it, but
oh no, I didn't fail the fight. Nice.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, you got to see the optimal Crocus fight strat. So it's 50 damage total. Once you do 30, once you do 25, it advances to the second phase where Crocus moves around. So we do 10 with fire, and then we do 20 with a Thudley bounce. Advances to the next cycle, and then we do 20 with a Thudley bounce again. Quite cool.
Yeah. But yeah, going a little more into the history of 5.4, John P55, who found Dottie Skip, also found a TAS version of Scanner Skip even before this slim clipping was found. And it was ridiculously precise. It's the most precise trick that's ever existed in this game. Even more precise than the Greenbridge skip.
Yeah.
I believe it's what, 0.0001 or something like that of it. It was ridiculously precise. But luckily
it found
yeah.
I think right before we found this method of scanner skip, there was like a quote-unquote RTA viable setup-ish, where you like do precise movements. It was way worse than GBS. No one even got it that way, but yeah, thankfully we didn't have to even try. So
I don't think it was actually consistent. Was the issue?
Oh, okay.
But I don't know.
No one was gonna do it anyway. Let's be real.
Oh no, definitely not.
So yeah, that's the end of 5.4. This is the start of what I call the second half of the run. As you see, 3:53.58 best possible time on the splits. So that means we play a minute 20 within some of best for the entire rest of the run, the entire second half of the run, which is really, really good. So what I'm really happy about is that the second half is probably the most cool part of the run, and it's also done very optimally in this run, so we'll get to explain all the strats.
Yeah, and there's a lot.
Like
yeah,
right
so,
now.
Yeah, like right now, we're gonna do another slim clip down. This is Merlin cutscene skip. This is the biggest time save of slim clipping, I think, other than scanner skip. And yeah, we used to have to do Thudley jumps over the invisible wall, and it was just, it's nice that we don't have to do that anymore, and it's just a
yeah.
slim clip.
So we used the pipe that we bought earlier in the run to get back to flop side. But yeah, as Hopper was saying, this trick saves like 25 seconds, but if you did the Thudley jumps perfectly, you only lose like a second to this method. But it's just so annoying. So it's like, it's again, like it cuts out Thudley jumps. It makes the route so much better. So I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, because it's a tall enough invisible wall that it's not quite faster.
So here's some cool jumps. You jump in the top left corner, and then you jump over the gap there. Unfortunately, I got a double input, and I switched to the wrong pixel, so I lost like a few seconds there.
Yeah, the game intends for you to have to use Dottie to get under that structure there, but for
It's
some
actually
reason,
crazy how fast we found Merlin cutscene skip after 3D clipping. It was one of my theories that I had a long time ago. Like, if we could clip in 3D, we skip this. So then as soon as it was found, I was like, okay, I'm applying this to every single place. Like, I had a list of places where it saved time, and I just tried them all, and they all worked, which is pretty cool.
yeah, there were only a few that didn't end up saving time, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, it's really cool. Like, I had planned out if 3D clipping was found, what could we do? And I just tested it all. Right when I saw the video of the new clipping method in the Discord, I tried this, got it, and then I tried it with block puzzle skip, and they both worked.
Yep.
It's very fun. So now we enter either the most interesting level or the least interesting level.
Yeah, it's generally regarded as not super interesting to watch, but definitely really interesting to play.
Yeah. There's a lot of strategies that go into this level. And actually, recently I found a nearly 5-second time save across this whole level. Unfortunately, this run does not show it off because it's new as of after this run was done.
As of what? Yesterday, the day before?
Yeah, a few days ago. So, fight 1 here. We are going to do 3 Bowser hits. These strats look insanely cool. I really like them. We do short jumps onto the front of the Sammer guys. So we switch to Bowser, we get a free hit because of invincibility, and then we just do 3 short jumps. So yeah, I won't be talking about the new strats here yet, just because, like, they're not shown in the run and they're kind of hard to describe. But there was a glitch found where you could stay on carry during these cutscenes, and you don't have to hop on carry after every fight. So some of them we save like half a second on.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool little time save.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that I only figured it out after this run, but it's okay. So
yeah, there are just so many time saves that are found in this game, like small time saves, so frequently that.
Yeah. Like, I'd say since my run, there's like 15 seconds already of like small things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you count GBS in the dark.
Oh yeah, 15 more seconds right there. But yeah, we're just gonna be doing 2 short hops on these guys. The greens with his sword. So now fight 3 is a blue guy. These guys are really obnoxious. They like to just jump towards you, and when they jump, you can't even try to hit them. So just jump. Okay, he was nice. You kill him. So yeah, fight 4. Ideally, you do 2 short hops, but because greens with a club, when they have a club, they have a bigger hitbox, so it's like a very tight jump. So I do full jumps on these guys on their back. So yeah, this is a good time to answer questions. If anyone in the chat has any questions about the run, we could try and get to them. Like, I don't know, because there's not really that much to talk about in this, like, 12-minute segment.
Yep, it's just 20 fights of the same strats.
Kind of same. Yeah, I'll point out
Similar
stuff when
strats.
it's different. So yeah, right there we just use fire. Fight 6 is a 1-hit fight. I have no idea why fight 1 is 3 hits and fight 6 is 1 hit, but okay. Makes 0 sense, but yeah. What is the biggest skip in this run? That would be Rainbow Bridge skip. It's 4 consecutive double jumps to skip the Rainbow Bridge in 7-4. We'll get to see that later.
Yeah.
So fight 7, I believe. This is another green club guy. So yeah, we don't do short hops when they have a club, because it's harder. I've done them before. It's just as soon as you take damage, it's just honestly terrible. You're losing a lot of time, so they're not even worth it. Why do Thudley jumps work? That's an interesting question. So when you cancel a ground pound, there's one frame where you're grounded, where you have a grounded state, I guess you could call it. And while you have that grounded state, you can just flip. You only need one frame of airtime to do a flip.
Yep. Or of ground time, yeah.
Yeah.
For pausing, you have to be on the ground for more frames. So that's why we think that you can't, like, Thudley pause.
Yeah, and the reason that you can't Thudley and then jump instead of flip is because of the 1-2 menu, I believe. So
Yeah,
when you open the 1-2 menu, you have to press 1 and then 2 within a couple frames, 3 frames I believe. So if you do a Thudley jump, you can't do 1 and then 2 a frame later and then get a jump. That won't work. So it's kind of how it works, I suppose. So the big blue guys are actually kind of interesting. They're 50-50 if they walk or swing. If they swing, you save like 3 seconds. So fight 11, this one's really interesting. We take damage and then breathe fire to kill him. This intentional damage is so worth it. Just to not have to deal with the RNG. Because he has a spike on his head, so you have to use just fire. And, like, it's awful. How optimized is the run? This run specifically, I'd say it was pretty good. There was mistakes, but like especially in the second half, like it was crazy good. To give you an idea, I feel like to PB, realistically, I need to be about a minute ahead into the second half to like realistically PB. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
The second half was really good. That's why I haven't really been doing runs since this run, because I'm quite happy with it. I will at some point, though, go back and grind for a 354 and maybe lower.
Yeah, 354 is definitely feasible.
Yeah,
The
it's
question
only
is-
22 seconds. It's just, does
Yeah.
anyone feel like it? And right
Yeah.
now, I don't. Just knowing it's possible is good enough for me. As soon as I know sub 350 is either very close or is possible, I will be trying for it.
Yeah. Yeah, probably if there's a human task, it might be a like under 350, but
Yeah, probably
like the
would.
theoretical limit of what a human could do would be probably slightly under it, but
Yeah. So now we get to 3 blue guys in a row. They're just really annoying. Like, they jump. If they jump, you have to move away, and then you jump, and then if they jump again, you have to do that until they don't jump. So you're just playing rock, paper, scissors until you win, and then you get a hit, and then you do it again until you get the second hit. It's very easy to lose a lot of time, and unfortunately, this was my biggest time loss in the second half of the run. It was about 12 seconds to best, which saying that that's my biggest time loss in half of the run is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I never would have thought my biggest time loss in a run would have been 6-1, or one of them anyway. So yeah, if they jump, you lose time. In the case where they jump and you have a lot of momentum, you can barely beat them to it and get the hit in, which is cool. So yeah, the green fight is coming up. This fight is very, very cool, honestly. There was a very cool strat found for it, like yesterday or 2 days ago. But unfortunately, we get to do a somewhat cool strat. We just jump onto his back. Like that.
I love that fight, man.
Yo, JCR,
Yo.
welcome.
I'm back for the best part of the run.
Pog. Yeah, the
Nice.
best part of the run because this chapter is ending soon.
Yes, exactly. I am so happy. I've never been more happy in my life.
So yeah, this is fight 19. This guy is very similar to the other ones, except one more hit and he has a club, so getting that hit in is a little harder because he has a big hitbox. And then fight 20 is the same as fight 10. Except a ninja spawns in this one, so it can sometimes mess you over. Sometimes he could like push you all the way away and you can't get the hit in. It's so annoying.
Oh, I love ninjas.
Oh, that happened in this run! Yes!
Yeah. Like right as you're talking about it.
I forgot, dude. Yeah, so I forgot that it was in this run. I knew it was recently, but yeah, sometimes they could just push you away and you lose like 5 seconds.
Oh, that is great. So, something you'll notice about this next cutscene, as we come into Chapter 6-1, we're told that we have to defeat all 100 Samurais. However, that's obviously not the case, thankfully. I'm very happy about that. So, Count Bleck sort of comes in and interrupts the entire Samurai showdown here, and it turns out that we have to... The Samurais basically yield to us so we can get to the Pure Heart as fast as possible. Unfortunately, we're not able to get there in time, and something pretty interesting happens. So
Yeah. Fun fact, as soon as you hop on carry there, it's 1 minute till the end of the segment, so yeah. I kind of have these like time checkpoints in my head. Like each room here is like nearly 15 seconds long. I have all these time checkpoints in my head. It's kind of weird. It just happens when you do the same run over and over.
it's crazy. But yeah, so the rest of 6-1 really is just getting optimal doors. That's about it.
Yeah.
There's really nothing else to it. So 6-2, there's a pretty interesting fight. This fight's supposed to be difficult, but it's just not. So it's basically the second Mimi fight of the game. It's a little different. She's not really in her spider form, which is, I believe, the reason it's so easy. But
Yeah.
yeah, the fight's over in 3 seconds.
So yeah, this was... Oh my gosh, I lost time. I was trying to jump and then fire into the block just to look cool, and then I lost like a second. But yeah, this was the single biggest time loss in the second half of the run. Not even joking.
Which is really nuts to think about when this segment has like water switch skip, it has peach skip. There's I could go on, but it's really crazy to think about that.
I think I did technically lose like a couple extra seconds to Bleck, but my Bleck gold is unrealistic in a run like this, so yeah. So yeah, we just get on carry, fire X2, then fire one more time. There's actually a strat found here yesterday where you end with a jump. It saves like a second. like Hopper said, like there's strats being found all the time.
It's crazy how optimized this game is getting. I guarantee there's still going to be more time saves found in the future. It's really crazy.
For sure. Yeah,
definitely.
I have like a list of ideas that I want to test, and I kind of just somewhat inactively test them, and sometimes they work.
So
Yeah,
That was
I mean,
actually-
oh, you go.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say that was actually how the blooper fight strat was found. I just kind of had the idea, what if you just never flip? And then I kind of figured it out. Wow, skipping splits to look at time save during movement.
This guy's been doing this all run. I can't, Zach, I cannot believe that you were talking during your speedrun right now. This is crazy.
Yeah,
Giving a full commentary
live
during your run.
commentary.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. You might be wondering like how someone can like type in their chat during the run, but there's like as soon as you've done the run multiple times, you know when there's no text, when there's breaks and stuff.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I've even like tried to type while holding right on the D-pad. But I don't do that on good runs, but sometimes I do that.
So something kind of interesting to note here is if you can actually skip past that cutscene trigger by corner clipping into the bottom of the like stage, but it just kind of you can't do anything from that state.
Yeah. So yeah, question mark -1. We timed a level up to specifically be here to save 2 seconds.
Yeah, I believe back on the 5-2 grind, you did a specific amount of jumps after that last level up,
Yeah.
which perfectly correlates to getting a level up here.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because like I had to test. Dude, testing this was kind of annoying. I just did route playthroughs from 5-2 to here until I got a good level up amount. I mean, it was good practice, so I was too lazy to do the actual math for some reason.
All right, so this is 6-1. This is what the world's turned into. You can kind of get what I was saying earlier when something pretty crazy happens. Bleck just basically destroyed the entire world, and this is all that's left. So we just have to travel to the right for about like a minute or two, I think.
Yeah, minute and a half, or like 1:37 or something.
Hold Right Simulator Part 1.
Dude, sometimes I type in my chat, like, this is fun during this part. Like, I just one-hand type and I don't even use space.
Yep. There's only a single obstacle that you have to jump over.
It's crazy. So, at the end of this room, we're actually going to find the Pure Heart. It's going to be covered with dust and not functional, but we still found it, and we're gonna have a second Brobot fight. And this is the Brobot L-type. There's some pretty cool Thudley strats on this fight. There's really weird hitboxes that you can hit by using Thudley. It looks really weird, but it works and it's really cool.
So yeah, around 1:37 on the timer is when you switch to Thudley and walk in the cutscene. Or on the segment timer, I mean. It's kind of interesting. You just don't have to pay attention until that amount of time has passed.
That's really crazy. You can just tell how many runs Zach has done because he just knows exactly when the timer hits a certain point.
Yeah, it says 14 completed attempts at the top. That's because I made new splits. I think I've completed probably like 50 runs, maybe more.
So yeah, here, there's going to be a few damage boosts. We just sort of walk into Brobot. We get a little low on health, but everything works out. It's really no big deal. And then, like Zach mentioned, we get that nice level up and brings our health back to full, which is very important going into the next segment, actually. So.
Yeah. So right there, you saw a bunch of text boxes. Those are the critical health text boxes. They basically appear when you have, I want to say, well, it's 6 out of 30 HP. That's the only time it really matters. So
yeah,
like
I think it's
fifth
it must be 20% or lower, because I think it appears at 2 out of 10.
Yeah.
Normally, like if you're, yeah.
Yeah, a fifth of your HP makes sense. Yeah, so usually you want to avoid those. Unfortunately, this run I had to kind of just take them. Usually it's actually good to heal to avoid the text boxes because it doesn't lose as much time and you're healed, so it just makes everything safer.
Alright, and Mr. L sort of dies here, which is kind of unfortunate, but...
Can we get a Pepe hand in the chat for Mr. L?
So yeah, this part of the run is sort of when Dementio starts playing a larger role. And you'll definitely see that coming up here in just a minute.
Yeah, so actually, right away after the pre-chapter kind of intermission, you could do another clip to Merlon's house, similar to what we did in pre-chapter 4. This one, however, saves less than a second. So, I kind of just don't do it because it is frame perfect, where you press the 1 and 2 buttons, so if you mess it up, you lose a lot of time, so... I don't know. I just never bothered with it. what's interesting is it skips a potential crash spot as well. So if you're worried about crashing, maybe you'd want to skip it, or maybe you'd want to do it. I don't know. I've never really worried about crashes. I feel like it's just a waste of time.
Alright, so this next segment here, we're just going to go into Merlin's house, and a cutscene will play. And during the cutscene, Dementia will actually show up in Merlin's house and send Mario, Peach, and Bowser to some unknown world. I think it's mentioned in the game that it's sort of their game over. We don't really know where this is, but we're actually being sent to 7-1 here. So
Yeah. So we're being sent to hell, basically. That's that's the kind of idea. So right at the start of this segment, there is a fountain, and there's this evil thing that it does, and it tries to heal you, and we want to skip that because it loses time.
because it loses a solid, like, 1 second, maybe. Like, 1.5 seconds.
So we time that level up exactly that we get to just walk through it without getting healed. It's kind of cool. I think I thought of this when I did this on accident. So I accidentally leveled up at Robot L-type, and I was like, oh, wait, that should be used.
Yeah.
Because I got to walk through the fountain.
And basically, another thing it does is it actually correlates another level up right before Bleck, which also saves some more time. So
Yes.
Just
So-
another reason to do it.
This room... I do not like going for this jump, but I hated the run, so I went for it. Like, this run was fine. I was kind of just mad, so I went for the jump, and I got it, and then I failed.
So yeah, this is you can just observing Zach Splits right now. The fact that he's even with his last PB, the 356.55, it really tells you how good the Chapter 7 and Chapter 8 is that we're about to see, which is really exciting.
Yeah. By this point, I lost 30 seconds pre-Chapter 3, 30 to Francis, and 15 in Chapter 2, which speedrunners usually tend to over-exaggerate their time loss during a run, so then you just kind of go for silly strats sometimes because you hate the run. But yeah, that jump is a good example of a jump I would not do on a run that I like. And I kind of didn't like this run, mostly because of the slow flower, because it just made me feel like the run was better or worse than it actually was. But yeah, I don't know. Just considering how good the late game was, I'm really happy with this time.
So yeah, that was Queen Jadie's, I believe, and we received a key. So we're currently in the world called the Underwear, and we're about to do what's known as Water Switch Skip. This next room that we're going to go into at the very bottom of this lake it's basically like a whole water puzzle where you have to turn off the water level and turn it back on to get back through certain different puzzle areas. We're going to skip all of that by doing 2 out-of-bounds clips here. And this was accidentally found, or the first initial clip out of bounds was accidentally found by NmFlash during a 100% run, which was kind of crazy. And
That's got to be one of the best clips of this game.
Yeah,
It's like his face after he found it. It was just like...
It was one of the funniest clips I've ever seen.
The funny part is he was like half asleep during the hundo run because it's like a really long run, and then he's kind of like, it looks like he's like sleeping in his chair while playing, and then he just gets up instantly. But yeah, we clip in the first ledge in there, like we did like 20 seconds ago. It's a very annoying clip. It's a small frame window. I want to say it's more than a frame. Yeah, it's more than a frame. It's a few frames for sure.
Yeah, it does save a little bit of time. If you miss it, which is definitely possible, there is a backup. I believe it's still the same backup. I haven't done this trick in a while, but you
Yeah,
basically just
it
stand
is.
on a pipe.
Yep. The backup loses 7 seconds if you get it first try, and every fail afterwards is 15 lost,
Okay.
because you're draining the 3D bar as you're moving towards the ledge still, so it
Mhm.
negates a lot of the time lost.
Oh.
So now we're going to do the clip back, because we are actually kind of sort of soft lock, but not really. So we unsoft lock ourselves by clipping back. You could do the clip on the pipe here, but it's like 3 seconds slower, I think, than doing the clip over on the bricks here. Mostly because you just move towards the door more. So yeah, 2 then up right after, and you just time your damage so that you're right at the ledge. A lot of people struggle with that clip. I find it very, very easy. I don't know. I've just like never had trouble with it. Which is quite interesting.
I've never really practiced it, so I can't say. But
I feel like a lot of people are in the like, I don't want to practice it because I already am good at my old strat.
yeah, that is true.
Yeah, which is fair. And just like, I wanted to learn faster strat, and I found a good method for it. It's cool. So yeah, in total that saves 39 seconds if you do it all completely optimally.
Yeah, which is really crazy. So that it was found quite a long time ago, and it ended up being one of the larger time saves in the run at the time. And currently, I mean, it still saves a decent amount of time, but there's other tricks that save more now, which is kind of crazy to think about. And one more thing that we completely didn't mention is that we actually got Luigi there in that segment.
Yeah, we did. So then we jumped up to Love B by doing a jump onto the pipe, flipping, and then jumping up in 3D. But what I wanted to mention is Water Switch Skip used to save only like 20 seconds, but it was like common knowledge that it saved like a minute or something. And then now it only saves 39 seconds. So it's kind of like a timing that someone did a long time ago unoptimally, and everyone just took their word for it, I guess.
I know I definitely did, so I was, yeah, it's crazy.
So yeah, jump down there, it's pretty cool. If you do a small jump, full jump, and then you just hold to the left, you kind of just fall down pretty quickly. So yeah, pretty good segment. I unfortunately didn't drain an extra 3D bar for one of the Water Switch Skip clips, so I lost like 4 seconds or something. To my best 3 or 4.
So yeah, right here at this section, JD's is going to send us back to Flipside, and now that we have Luigi, we're going to finally put this pure heart in the pillar, and eventually we're going to find out that this is basically, you know, this is 7-1 that we're in right now, so.
Yeah, 7-1's going to be an extremely short level, because this is essentially just 7-1.
I just call 7-1 the pre-chapter because there's no point in splitting on like a segment that would vary by like less than a quarter of a second.
Yeah, definitely. So
like this whole 7-1 segment, I gold it like every run because I'm just improving at movement every time.
So right here, after we're done talking to Merlin, we're gonna head to the Chapter 7 Pure Heart Pillar, and there's actually gonna be some cool movement with Luigi getting to the Pure Heart Pillar, and we actually stay as Luigi until I believe 7-3.
Yeah, we stay as Luigi for a long time during this whole section. I never really realized it until like just playing through the run a lot. I'm like, hold on, I didn't notice that we have Luigi out for like the whole time here.
Yeah, like 7-2 just doesn't need Mario at all, I guess.
Yeah, 7-1, 7-2, 7-3 use Mario like a couple times. But yeah.
You know, just a couple times as you're dudley jumping.
Yeah, just a few.
Yeah, just a
few.
It's like you're only Mario for like a minute and a half. A minute and a half if you're good, Kappa.
So
Now we switch to Luigi.
Yeah. So, I just want to mention Luigi's features is that if you hold down, you can spring jump, and Luigi actually jumps, if you're off of carry just walking on the ground with Luigi, he jumps higher than other characters, which is why you see Zack actually hop off carry to jump over that wall there.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that also what makes me want to talk about carry. Carry basically... So carry moves up and down when you're on carry. And if she's at the height of her animation and you jump, you can make some jumps that you otherwise can't. So that'll come into play in 7.3. I'll mention that. So like the bobbing up and down actually can affect how high you jump, which would make a jump not possible at the end of 7.3.
That is so crazy.
Yeah, I know. I remember when I found it out, I was just so confused. Like, I did this jump on carry, and sometimes it didn't work, and sometimes it did, and I was like, what? And I figured out why, so I'll mention it when we're there. We actually don't use carry in that section anymore, so...
Alright, so we're back at 7-1 here, and since we basically did the level during the return segment, we actually just go straight to Queen JD's, and that's the end of this level. It's a very, very, very short level.
Yeah, I remember when my gold here was like 508, and I've just improved that movement so much that my gold is literally 10 seconds faster than it was when I got my first record in this game, which is so weird because nothing changed. Nothing changed. I don't know. I guess you just like in long runs like these, you improve at movement and you just save times everywhere.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean that's really the majority of the time save over the past, I mean, few years has just been because I mean a few years ago it was what, a 420 or a 430 or a 420x time.
Yeah.
And I think just a majority of the time save from then, the half an hour, other than the maybe 10 minutes of time save that people have found, it's just been optimized movement.
Yeah. So right there was a few things that we missed. So first of all, I did a very, I don't want to say very precise, but a pretty precise jump over the spikes without doing like a left, right, and then jumping around them. You could just jump off the pipe and barely dodge them, so we missed that. And also, when you're on the water with carry, you go slow, so you want to do jumps to get that maximum speed in the air, which I was talking about a lot earlier.
Oh, and another
As you can
thing...
see, I'm scrolling through the run, the splits,
yes.
looking at the run.
Loves to scroll through splits and skip splits a lot. Always check for time saves.
So yeah, this was the best segment.
Oh wow.
The segment that I always gold. I don't know. It's crazy. Like I said, I improved that by 10 seconds. I don't even know where any of it came from. It's just improving overall, I guess. So here comes my favorite level, probably. 7-2. So it sounds like it'd be boring. There is a lot of backtracking. But the second time we go through it, it's actually different. And I'll explain why when we get there. So at the start here, it's slightly faster to go on carry to get to the door. Ever so slightly faster. So yeah, this room, we do it different on the second trip through the level. On the first trip, we want to trigger the door guy text. So what we could do is we could jump on this block and barely reach the door from below with Tippy. It just saves like 5 seconds or something. Pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Another thing about all these rooms is that you'll see little tiki lanterns on the wall. You can use Bowser's fire to light the entire room. If you don't, you'll have this little black... you'll only be able to see like the circle around Luigi in certain rooms. It's really no big deal because most runners have an idea of what platforms are located at different spots. So it's pretty cool to see these rooms done in complete darkness almost.
Yeah, it's just about remembering where to move. So yeah, we selected options 1, 2, 2. I don't know if I mentioned that. Just door guy. If you select the wrong options, you lose like a lot of time on the second one especially. So yeah, this part is this is where we start to think about our inventory a little bit. So we should have the gold bar at the top, 2 tonics under, or 3 tonics under, then a shooting star, shell shock, and sometimes a shroom shake. It depends on your run if you sold it earlier or used it earlier anyway. So go up twice to get the shell shock. So we need to remember where the shooting star is, so we know the menu that we have to do during the Underchomp fight. I usually don't even look at the menu anymore. I just like, do I have a shroom shake or did I get a drop? That's what I think about.
Yeah. So the part that Zach is referencing is that since we're playing on the Japanese version, when we get to that Underchomp fight, if you don't know how to read Japanese, you don't know what the menu says at all. So we have to memorize which order to pick, like which option is for items and which option is the shooting star. It's kind of crazy, but pretty cool, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, on English, I'd do the same thing. I wouldn't be reading the options. I wouldn't be like, okay, go to items, go to shooting star. You'd remember the menu anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
And you can probably just memorize what it looks like.
Yeah.
The shooting star text, yeah.
So here is something pretty crazy. These are 50 consecutive stairs. What I'm doing is I jump onto the stair, I let go of 2 right under this, or right on top of the stair, re-jump, then hold left, hold right, and it's just like kind of going left and right like that.
Yeah, to climb stairs that fast is really sick. Just from personal experience, I can tell you that it might not seem like the hardest thing in the world, and it isn't, but it's also not the easiest thing in the world, especially with Luigi being a very slippery character. It's more than possible to fall off those staircases or lose your rhythm.
Yeah. It took me so long to get those down. I just, for like weeks, or like a week at least, when I had like a 408, I think, I just did the stairs over and over and over and over. And I finally got them down, and once I had a 408, I was improving a lot, and yeah. From 408 to like 403, there was almost no discoveries. It was just improvement at the whole game. And like even now, like before the new 3D clipping, this probably would have been like a sub 4 with the older strats.
It's crazy.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it would have been, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of didn't want to go for it with the old strats because, I don't know, I just wanted something fresh and new, and this trick definitely got me what I was looking for. Changed a lot of levels.
It's really nice. So,
yeah.
Right here we're actually going to talk to the lady in the red shirt, and she's going to give us she's going to ask us to bring back a cookbook from the very first door guy in the game. So we are sent back to the very beginning of 7.2 and have to redo all of 7.2 over again, which is honestly the greatest thing ever.
Now we do a jump from there and a jump back up, and we just do that room insanely fast. I grinded that room out.
It's actually crazy.
Cool. Yeah, we just kind of like move diagonally while going up. It's crazy how optimized it is. Something to mention is that this run got sub 5 minutes segment for getting warped back, which it was a really good segment so far until the stair rhythm kind of stopped working for a second there, so I lost like 5 seconds, but it's okay. It's not a big deal. But yeah, if you're wondering how I know what the last stair is, I don't count every stair, I just count 7 from the dry bones on the right. Counting all the stairs would be obnoxious, especially while doing the inputs.
So now we have the key to go into this next room here. We're basically continuing, I think this next part is like a rolling chomp section again. But
yeah, the spiky chomp section.
mhm.
Fun fact, there is a jump at the bottom of this room to skip Luigi jumping up. It saves a second. But it is even more precise than the 7-3 jump, so I don't go for it. It's so silly.
There's also a really crazy strat here, where you can flip in 3D and use Tippy to select the door from so far away in the room. It's really cool. It's not used in the run. I don't know if it even
Slower,
works.
sadly.
Yeah,
it's a little
unfortunately
slower. Because you have to
It's
switch
because
to
Mario has
and
the
back.
cutscene walk all the way.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I
So-
remember when I found it, I was like so confused.
So
But yeah,
this is
Shooting star.
yeah, this is the main reason we've been carrying the shooting star for that under chomp fight, and it ends in like 5 seconds. So,
Yeah, this level has gone extremely optimized. I've really pushed it. 746 is my gold, and as you see here, I had a really good segment except for like a couple of the stairs, and I'm still losing like 5 seconds. So 5 seconds is not that bad. On average, I'd say I lose like 8+.
all right, well,
Here it is.
Yep, here we are, finally. This is a dreaded segment for a lot of runners, and for other runners, they may actually enjoy this segment a lot. But this is the Peach Skip segment. So, to like summarize this real quick, you're intended to get a red apple and a black apple from certain trees that are in different rooms. Peach is actually in a deep sleep because she ate this golden apple. We're supposed to use the black apple to wake her up, and then give a red apple to a cloud that will shoot us to the very top of the room, and that way we can complete the level.
Also, you should pay attention to this sick movement.
Yeah, this
movement's
fast
really good.
flower movement is actually insane. Like it's so difficult to control fast flower movement and dash movement, but that was done really well.
I had to grind that room for hours.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Get it down.
So, what we're going to be doing here is we're actually going to be completely skipping Peach, which has some ramifications as the run goes on. It's really not that big of a deal, but
It's really not that big of a deal.
yeah. So, it's pretty cool. We're going to be doing a lot of Thudley jumps, and it's this whole level is pretty cool. I remember. I'm pretty sure you golded this segment, Zach, or you got close to it. I don't know if you actually did or not.
Sorry?
Did you gold
What did
this
you say?
segment?
I missed it. No, I did not, but I got very close.
Okay.
Got so close.
That's what I figured. So this was the single segment that sort of sent this run back towards toward like really good pace. And it's really crazy. So these are the first set of Thudley jumps here.
To give you a good idea on how good this run is, on average, you just expect a minute lost here. And up to this point, I've barely lost a minute. Like, to a good run, I'd say. I've barely lost a minute. And then I got a perfect 7-3. And to the end of the run, I played really well, so it just gives you an idea on how good this run is. Despite its time losses, of course, but you can't have everything to be perfect, so...
There's some really awesome movement in this room, just like
Yeah.
using certain super jumps in certain areas to reach clouds faster. It looks really awesome, and then we get to...
We definitely glossed over a lot of the movement, but at the end here, there's actually like a 2 or 3 second time save. If you Luigi jump off this last cloud at the bottom here, and you could open the door while it's off screen, you get an unloaded door. It's just too risky. You have to Luigi jump on the very edge of it. And doing that on a good run is pretty stupid, because you could lose up to like a minute, so...
So
Yeah.
you actually saw Zach do just a tiny point grind there. That's actually sort of key to leveling up before Black, I believe.
Actually, it doesn't really lose time to do because you're waiting for this yellow platform, so just might as well.
Well, here we are.
So here we are. So I lost nearly 10 seconds up to this point, and I come out only plus 4 seconds to gold, so... Here we go, Thudley jumps. So, as we explained earlier, so we have to do about 40 frame perfect inputs here. So here is the first failed Dudley jump. And that is the only failed Dudley jump until the last cloud, I believe.
Wow.
Yep.
So you can actually use Luigi there to skip using Thudleys on 2 clouds there, which is pretty nice.
I can't explain how weird it feels to do this on a good run, because like it feels like you're just like hitting Dudley jumps easily. I don't know. It feels easier on a good run. Like, I'm not even joking.
It's really crazy. So, as you can see, Zach is just nailing a 1-frame trick back to back to back, which, like, you can lose so much time on this segment. It's actually unreal. Just by missing a few Thudley jumps in certain areas, like if you were the very last cloud and the top of the level is like the largest gap. If you miss a Thudley jump and fall all the way back down, that's going to lose you a lot of time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, but like I did not realize how good the peach skip was until I glanced over at my timer and then I started fucking up Dudley jumps.
Yeah.
I regretted it.
Yeah,
it's
so,
such a mindset thing.
It really is. Like you're sort of in the zone. I remember when I used to do runs, I would actually like move my splits off screen and just not think about it. I wouldn't look at my splits until after.
I look at my timer, and if I'm sub 5 at the final cloud, which I was like freaking out, and then I was messing up some Dudley jumps, but thankfully I held it together quite well. I missed like 10 or so on this last section.
And that's it. Yeah.
As soon as I looked over to the timer, I started messing them up. So maybe I won't do that in future runs.
Yeah, when I was watching this, I was like, holy crap, this is gonna be like a 540x peach skip.
It would have been. I lost nearly 15 seconds beforehand, and then like 20 in the final section, so it gives you an idea on how much more this segment could theoretically be pushed.
It's really it's a really crazy trick. It's been around for a while, and it's been the bane of a lot of runners, but it's so awesome seeing a nearly flawless Thudley jump, or peach skip rather.
So besides peach skip was incredibly crazy. I want to talk about this level. This level, the past 5 runs or so before this run, I lost so much time on this level because of like feeling weird after peach skip or something. So what I did before this run, like a couple days before, I grinded this level out so much. It was on stream too, I think, and I got a 602 segment, like not in a run, which is like literally perfect, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I grinded this segment a lot because I was losing time every run here. And thankfully, I finally got it without losing much time in this run, so.
That's pretty cool.
Kind of a funny thing to mention, because yeah, I lost time every time here for some reason since I started grinding for a 354.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Like, peach skip is 1.5 to 2 minutes time save, like 40 Thudley jumps. This is only a few. It's 6 total for 7 minutes.
Yeah,
something around 7 minutes.
There's just something in your mind that messes with you after doing peach skip, and your Thudley jumps are just weird.
I don't blame you. I still haven't done peach skip fast enough to save time, so.
It's really hard to explain, but doing like however many Thudley jumps peach skip is, like 40 or 50, however many it is, doing that many Thudley jumps in a row and then going to something that seems really simple, like 6 Thudley jumps, or in particular in 8-1 there's literally 1 Thudley jump that we need to do to cross a gap, and it's for whatever reason you messed that up, but not Peach Skip. It's really weird. It's really real.
So yeah, like a day before this run, I grinded this level for like hours, and it thankfully paid off. This was one of the levels that was just inconsistent for me for whatever reason. I feel like practicing it, even though it sounds like, oh, it's just Dudley jumps, like practicing the level helped for some reason, I think. Even though it's just Dudley jumps. A funny story about my gold in 7-3. So I believe it missed 4 or 5 Dudley jumps, but had a really bad 7-3. I lost like 25 seconds, I think. I failed more Dudley jumps at the 8-2 2 Dudley jumps than I did at Peach Skip.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
That was my 403.56 run.
So, we're actually going to switch to Bowser and Thudley right before going into this room. And that is because the final boss of 7-4 it's a really cool looking boss. This is Bone Chill. However, due to the very low ceiling, just right above his head, there is a very big exploit here that you can literally complete this fight so easily, and you don't even need to do the exact strat. You can use Luigi and complete this fight really easily. It's kind of broken, but it's pretty funny.
So yeah,
And
do not blink.
Yep, and the fight's done. Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
Very quick fight.
Yeah, actually, I think the task of this fight does some weird thing where they like pause on top of his head, and I think that's how we figured out that you could like pause on top of things if you were close enough to the wall or close enough to the ceiling. Yeah.
So
I don't
something.
even know if it's actually faster, but.
Yeah, I don't think so. But something we forgot to mention is that level we stayed the lead like the whole time after elevator skip. Yeah, it looks like a lot of movement. It's like 15 seconds. Not 15. It's like 10 seconds of movement. But then switching to carry and then back to Dudley is 4 seconds, so it just ends up being slower. So you keep Dudley like the whole time there.
Yeah, I believe carries 1.33 times speed or something. So it only saves a little bit to be on carry.
So now this is the part of the run where your arms start to hurt a lot.
Yeah,
anyone who's ran this game knows what I'm talking about.
This cutscene in particular has a ridiculous amount of text. It's a very, very long cutscene. And especially just doing so much text mashing for 3 hours into this run. It's your arms can hurt pretty easily.
Yeah. Thankfully, almost done with the mashing. I got a pretty good segment here. I don't know where specifically I lost time. I think... Yeah, I lost, like, a few seconds to RBS.
But yeah,
right.
This is actually a pretty big time save compared to the last PB.
Yeah. So, another Black intermission. This one is 4 minutes long, or like a Black cutscene intermission. The whole pre-chapter is 4 minutes long. Nothing too interesting.
Yeah, there's some... I will say that going to the Pure Heart, there's some pretty cool 3D movement where you can't even see Mario, but you're basically just walking behind a bunch of objects. And that's about it. Really, this is just sort of prepping the final stretch of this run. Getting past Peach Skip and Rainbow Bridge Skip, you kind of know what you're getting into with Chapter 8 now. There's a lot of important things that go on in Chapter 8. So it's pretty cool to... honestly, it's just a cool achievement just to get to Chapter 8 in general. It feels really cool.
Yeah. So yeah, this run lost, I'd say, about a minute before the second half, and then afterwards I lost maybe 20 maybe 30 seconds, like, to like, theoretically perfect. Especially this Chapter 8. I knew I could have got a 354 if I had played really well in Chapter 8. But unfortunately, it's hard. It's hard to play extremely well in Chapter 8.
Chapter 8 is arguably the hardest chapter, just because there's so much. It's just a lot of movement. There's not any huge skips, but there's, well, other than 8-2, there's not any huge skips. But it's really hard to be in Chapter 8 and do all the bosses perfectly and do all the movement.
Yeah, it went about as good as it could for a run like this. Like, you couldn't expect it to go much better.
So that's basically we're putting the last pure heart in, and something cool to mention here is that all of the chapter doors have been in flip side, and for Chapter 8, the Chapter 8 door is actually in flop side. It's really cool. I actually just really like the fact that it's in flop side. I think it's a neat touch.
Yeah. Something here, the 3D bar right here, it actually plays a role in Chapter 8 itself. If you lose too much 3D bar here, then you'll get damaged entering the 8-1 door. Kind of funny. Like, the 3D bar literally carries into the level. It's a fun fact, I guess.
Yeah, it's there's actually a few implications of that along the run, and doing like so many runs, it, like top runners like just notice these things, like they just know when they're gonna take damage. They keep track of their 3D bar. It's pretty cool.
8-4 is literally played around, like, half of the level is just about your 3D bar. We'll talk about it when we get there.
So yeah, this is these are all the 4 main characters together, about to go into Chapter 8. It's a pretty cool moment. And yeah, 8-1 is, I think it's the quickest level in Chapter 8.
8-2 is actually quicker.
Oh, okay. So, 8-1 is, there's not really too much that happens with 8-1. But something important to note about each chapter is that we're going to be fighting a boss at the end of each chapter.
Yeah, 8-4 counts, I guess, as being the fastest, because I count 8-4 as entering the door.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So, there's something interesting about 8-1. We skipped Peach. And the game intends you to either have Peach or Deshelle to get over the gap. But we don't have Peach, so we have to do a Thudley jump. A single Thudley jump.
And, you know, a single Thudley jump doesn't sound too bad after we did Peach Skip, which is a lot of Thudley jumps. But many runners have considered this to be the hardest part about Peach Skip. Just doing one Thudley jump over a gap 2 times. It's kind of crazy.
Something cool, this room in 2D, kind of just like all just tried it randomly on one room and then we just all did it. I don't know. Like, sometimes when I was new to the game, I'd just try random rooms without flipping. And I kind of just learned that way, because I didn't care about time loss when I had like a 430.
Yeah, that's true. I will mention that, like, in a lot of old runs, especially when you get to Chapter 8, a lot of, like, if you go back and watch a bunch of old runs, they would just straight up flip in every single room. Not worrying about if it saved time, but most rooms are easier to do in 3D.
So yeah, this is the second hardest part about Peach Skip, that one single Thudley jump. Super difficult. It's frame perfect. It's really frame perfect mid-air trick. Super hard.
I don't know how Zach did that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's crazy how optimized Chapter 8 has gotten, because when I first got the record, the Chapter 8 splits, I'd say we beat them in this run, I probably beat my first WR's Chapter 8 by minutes. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, maybe 2 minutes, maybe more.
I will say from running this game since 2015,
Hardest part about Peach Skip?
oh, yo, let's go. He got it. that's crazy. But I will agree that Chapter 8 has improved so much. A lot thanks to the newer runners like Zach, Castle, just like a newer generation sort of trying new things. It's been really cool to see, but I will mention specifically 8.3 I think has improved the most out of all of the chapters.
Yeah. Grinding 8.3 has kind of just been my thing. I don't know, I've been grinding that level for so long. It's really fun. It has a lot of cool strats.
And it's the longest level in the game except for 6-1, I think, right?
Yeah, I feel like we could push it below 10 minutes, to be honest, with a really good segment.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it, but it was one of those levels that we always knew had a lot of time save in it, but it wasn't an easy level, so to see it be pushed down as far as it has is really cool.
Yeah, so you saw me going up those stairs. We should mention this because there's a lot of stairs in Chapter 8. We kind of jump diagonally up them. It's faster than getting like a bump against the stairs, even though you're moving diagonally.
Yeah, you're able, by moving diagonally, you're able to keep your momentum that way, instead of just bumping and losing all of it, so it's slightly faster to do that. And then in this room, we just use Bowser's Fire to
Here's the good old...
Yeah, the door's off-center. Sorry for ruining your life, everyone that's watching this. So,
yeah.
It's great.
Very unaligned door.
So
here's the Chunks fight. I really like this fight. So one time I realized that if you turn around, Chunks does not jump. So then all you do is you just turn around, turn back around, jump fire, turn back, turn around. You do it 10 times. So yeah, if you turn around, he just walks towards you. I don't know. It's so incredibly easy. But no one figured this out for a while.
I'm learning new things as we go here. I did not know that.
Yeah, face left, he walks towards you. Face right, he jumps. You just jump fire him before he can do anything, and then you just keep doing it 10 times.
It's crazy because he's like in that Chunks fight. He's very big and he has a big hitbox, but he moves really slow, which is kind of weird to see.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't know. Something about facing away from bosses, they just, like, don't do anything. It's weird. I don't know. I just realized that applied to Chunks. And that also applies to Fight 18, the new strat. If you face left, he comes towards you and he runs into your fire. And then you could do one of the new, like, getting on carry strats in 6-1. It's kind of cool.
That's crazy.
So yeah, I think I found that out around like 405, 404, maybe 403. The turning around thing. It's really cool. As soon as I figured that out, this segment became 100% consistent. I never lose or gain time, basically. It's just hit 2,000 jumps and then that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as you know how to do the nice jump, as soon as you know how to do the consistent strat, it's not that bad.
So yeah, that is 8-1.
Like 3 jumps into star blocks in this run.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. I think there's been like 3 or 4 of those all throughout the run.
Okay, so this first room is cool. We do it without flipping. I thought it was stupid because of the springs, but then I kind of messed with them. It's pretty easy. So if they jump to the left, you jump over them. If they jump to the right, you wait and then jump. Or no, sorry. If they jump left, you go under them. And then if they jump right, you go above them. Yeah. So I got hit, unfortunately, but it's okay. Still probably saves time overall compared to flipping.
Definitely. That's another room that's just like many runners in the past have just straight up flip there and just not dealt with any of it, but it's actually faster to just stay in 2D. So right here is a very important trick. This is Merlin. I don't even know what this is called. I think it's like Merlin
I just call it
switch
basement skip.
Yeah,
skip
that's a good name for it. So it's basically 2 Thudley jumps there. The key is right above. Normally you're supposed to hit that switch and it'll send you these, like, you have to figure out a puzzle. But we can just skip it with Thudley jumps. And now we can actually skip it with slim clipping as well.
Yeah, it happens to be quite a bit slower though.
Alright, so we actually, I don't know exactly how much time that saves because I've never really taken the time to do that puzzle, but...
I did a glitchless run. I think it was like 40 seconds, probably.
40 seconds, okay. So, but the rest of this level is, I guess the game intended for that puzzle to take you quite a long time, or at least casually.
Yeah.
So even though you can do it in 40 seconds, you actually skip most of the level by doing that trick, which is why 8-2 is pretty short.
Yeah, so right there, I jumped onto the... I'm not even going to try to remember the name, but it's the gray version of the Gromiba enemy. You can get on carry to make it really easy, but I choose not to get on carry because it saves like half a second. So, makes it quite a bit harder, but it's not too bad.
Mm-hmm. So right here, we're talking to what appears to be Merly. It's actually Mimi. Based on the options that you choose, that'll be the item that pops up in the next 3 rooms. So on the very first option, Zach's actually buffering a up input, which means we'll get an Ultra Shroom here. It's not even needed, really, with Zach's full health, but you just do it just because you can, really.
Yeah, I did it this run because my points were a little questionable.
Ah, okay, that's true.
Well, no, they weren't. They were fine. I don't know. I should be not doing that when I have enough points, to be honest. Because it loses, like, a few frames to click the option.
Yes, just a slight amount of time. There's also an option where you can choose Francis, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Right.
So, One Cycle Mimi, this is a very interesting thing. I found some really good strats for this, like, a year ago now, probably. Where if you do a full jump in the middle of Mimi and then time a really early full jump again, you get the first cycle consistently. And then cycles after that, you do the same thing but delay the jump. So it's very consistent. I almost never fail this after I practice it. So you just delay the next jumps and then it's easy.
It's really cool because there's an audio cue for this, there's a visual cue. Zach is holding 2 for his jumps, and it just works out perfectly. There's multiple different cues that you can do this.
I think my method is the best because you're not reacting to something, you're just doing the same inputs over and over.
That's true.
Reacting to a sound, reacting to audio or reacting to a visual is just not my kind of thing. I always try and find another way.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, reacting to something is so annoying. So... Oh, we didn't even talk about the jump at the end of 7-4 or 7-3. I'm sad.
Oh, well, yeah. There was...
Yeah, I just remembered I wanted to talk about that, but then I forgot. Yeah, if you saw that jump earlier in the run, you jump to line up so that Carrie is in the height of her animation, and then you get the jump, and then it's pretty easy. So yeah, if you do small jump, full jump, and then a full jump right after, Carrie's at like the height of her animation, and you get the jump easily.
That's so crazy.
It's kind of silly that I had to mention it now, but I really wanted to mention it, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Alright, good 8-2. Didn't fail. One cycle Mimi.
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, definitely good.
So... As you've noticed, throughout each level, we're sort of losing a character. I mean, we're already unavailable at Peach. We would lose Peach, and then in the 8-1, we lost Bowser, so we're just unable to play as those characters.
So here is my favorite level in the game, 8-3. First of all, we are going to get a fast flower. This just saves like a few seconds in movement. And then in this next room, I did not discover this, but I rediscovered this. So this was known a long time ago, but I found it again and we applied it to speedruns. So if you go up on the back side, it works for like the puzzle thingy. It's kind of cool. So now we could jump into this mirror specifically. There's only 2 mirrors that you can jump through. That one and the middle one right there. So, or no, there's 3. Yeah, there's 3. So I remember we used to jump through the middle one, but then I don't know who found that you could jump in that one. I don't know.
Yeah, it was just sort of found out. I forget.
Yeah. Yeah, so jumping from that key area to the main room there is actually, it looks a little bit easier than it actually is. You can fail it sometimes.
Yeah, since you're in 3D, the camera sort of flips around, and it's kind of tough to tell which direction Mario's going to be going into.
Yeah, your control scheme switches around midair. It's a little.
So here is my favorite room in the game, Kappa.
Oh yeah, this is fun. So
Maggie
yeah.
blocks. So they're completely RNG. They're somewhat RNG. They like to spawn behind you. So you'll notice that I'm facing left when I do these jumps most of the time. It depends on like the actual room, and they like to spawn depending on where you're facing, which is kind of neat.
And the greatest thing about all these rooms is that for whatever reason they continue to spawn and shoot during cutscenes, so it's very possible to just get bopped.
When this Maggie Bot spawns in front of the chest, I plan out switching to Mario. And then I forgot that I switched, so I tried to switch again, but then I realized, so I kind of lost like a second there. So yeah, if it spawns in front, you could use the time of switching characters to let it get out of the way. I think it's pretty cool. So coming up is one of my least favorite parts of the level. This is a hammer or a boomerang bro. He kind of throws his boomerangs randomly. I don't know why they're random. It makes no sense to me, but they are. But yeah, it's kind of... Oh my gosh!
Jumped
I
off
forgot about that.
That is so crazy. Like those boomerangs
jumping
are
off
just...
the boomerang. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've done that a few times.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, I like how that guy just sniped me.
Yeah.
That other one. So this room, we actually don't get on carry, not because it's faster, but because it's slower. It lines up so that enemy gets thrown on the bottom there, and it's like perfectly not in your way that you just go under that skeleton, the flying one.
Mm-hmm. It's also, if you go on carry there, you can't make those jumps, so that's just another reason.
Yeah, so you'd have to go off, but then it'd still be faster. It's just that the enemy would be on the ledge, which is bad. So here's opening the chest. You might think, why isn't the chest in the middle of the room? I have no idea. it likes to be in the corner, I guess.
Kind of crazy.
So I remember I had the idea of opening that in the middle, and I tried it, and I was like, where's the chest? And then one time, I was so determined to find it, I cleared out all the Dimensios with Pudge in the area. I'm like, why is the chest on the side? And then I finally thought of the strat and kind of implemented it slowly. But yeah.
All right. Well, here we are. This is a pretty big part of 8.3. This is the Dimensio chase. We're basically gonna have to chase Dimensio through one of the rooms of each chapter that we've been to. So it's kind of like revisiting the old chapters.
So important thing is I flipped at that tree there that just lines up my 3D meter so that I get damaged right before flipping this thingy.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, there's just these like little random cues I make up for things like that. It's kind of funny.
So this room right here, Zach's gonna flip into 3D and use Fleep, I believe, is gonna move out of the way of these platforms and then do thud the jumps.
Yeah, so basically you set your like Z coordinate to be further right, and then you use that to get up to the top here. 2 thudly jumps. Those slowly jumps look easy, but they're not. It's so hard to do those for some reason.
Yeah, there's all throughout Chapter 8. There's just random like one thuddly jumps that you just have to do, and it's.
Yeah, I hate it. I like
Yeah.
the chained ones. Chained ones feel fine, but
Yeah, the ones. I mean, I think the ones in 8 are especially hard because you have to make them in the right dimension too.
yeah, that as well. So yeah,
there's-
as you can see, my best possible time is 3:54.50. So it's like
Oh god.
kind of close, kind of not close. So I didn't end up getting the 3:54, but I did end up getting very close. So I did get a good run, which I'm happy with.
Mhm. So yeah, for the most part we're just sort of revisiting the old strats that we had for each room.
Yeah.
This room is pretty cool. I don't know if you did it here, but there's a way to.
Yeah,
that
it's
blue
really
switch.
precise.
Yeah, it's really tough, but you can actually hit that blue switch while you run off that ledge. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
Dude, I loved my reaction to finding that the hitting the blue switch. You're like, I almost screamed or something. So like I it just happened. I was like, what?
So, right there, I don't know if it's been mentioned, but you can actually use Fleep while in, like, it's kind of weird, but you can use Fleep to, like, fall down rooms or,
Yeah.
and
It's just because of how the game handles like the coordinate or
Mhm.
you're on or whatever. So as soon as you pass that wall and you use Fleep, you just fall down.
Yeah, it's really weird, but it's kind of cool.
Okay, so really interesting here. This is the -1. Exactly 17 seconds after this last thing goes off screen is when the Fleep thing is. Just to make sure, I just like add time, so it was like 7:36 there, so then it'd be like 7:53. But yeah, I do that because I don't like listening or looking for the thing. I just like knowing, okay, it's coming up in like a second. Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay,
That
so
makes
this is really cool. So I do not switch to Luigi intentionally here because I need these spinning block thingies to be moving during the Luigi switch. So now I switch to Luigi, and this is a very tight jump. This is a few frame window of holding down on the edge there. So this is way harder than before because you don't have carry, so you can't go way over the ledge. So yeah, it's a really tight jump, and I chose to go for it, and it definitely paid off.
Yeah, that saves 2 seconds, but it's really sick
Seconds,
movement
yeah.
there.
Yeah, so you have to switch to Luigi in that room for the cycles to line up so you don't get caught by like the spinning square thingies. Like I really had to mess with that.
So
right here we select no because we
Yeah.
don't want our run to die.
Yeah, tell that to me.
Yeah, that's funny.
There have been,
So,
yeah.
there's been people, including JCR over here, who have accidentally lost a run to this, and unfortunately, it happened in a marathon run. But we
Which-
don't talk about that.
Yeah, it may or may not have been on Twitch front page, but you know, it's fine.
So, something interesting. This was an insane segment. I was like 10 seconds ahead of my gold, I think. But then I lost a lot of it to RNG here.
Yeah,
Bad Dimentio spawns.
unfortunately, Dementia has a lot of different ways to spawn in. He sort of does this little triplet spawn where you have to guess which one. It's completely random. You have to guess which is the real Dementio, and it can lose you some
Yeah,
time.
something interesting is in 3-3, you actually don't need to guess the other Dementio if he duplicates. There's like a few frames where the wrong Dementio spawns before the other Dementio, and then despawns and respawns, so you could kind of notice which one's the wrong one, and then pick the right one.
That's kind of cool.
So I do that in 3-3. That's how I know all the time which one's the correct one. With like some people might notice like I'm far to the right, so why don't I go for the right one? But it's because I know it's the left one. It's kind of interesting.
That's pretty neat.
But you can't do it there. I don't know. They don't do the same thing. They just all spawn at the same time.
I think yeah, I don't know. I really have no clue why that happens.
So this level, there's a potential 1 flip at the start of this room. I don't think it's worth it. It saves 2 seconds. If you fail it, you get poisoned by poison pokies, and you'd have to heal with your shroom shake. And yeah, I don't know. It's just not worth it. They're really tight jumps as well. So I choose not to go for them. So right here, we do a 3D bar setup. We jump once to the right and then flip. We'll get damaged right in front of this door. So if we were to do no flip in this room, then we would be at max 3D bar as well. So it'd kind of line up. So both enter with max 3D bar. And then this room, something I learned recently is it's actually, you don't lose time if you tippy while on carry. So I just learned that like a few days ago.
Wow.
So I
the
you're not
magic
supposed
blood.
to jump off carry. Nice magic blood. Okay, so this is my favorite room in the game. So we are going to do a series of precise 3D jumps. Not extremely precise, but they're still really difficult to do on a good run. Like, you feel shaky doing them sometimes. So yeah, 1 flip.
1 flip for the fans.
If I fell there, I would not have PB'd, or I would have barely PB'd. So, we enter that room with 3 3D bars, by the way. Jump here, fairly precise. Once the platform passes the torch, we can do 2 jumps to the right, flip on the edge of this platform, switch to Dottie, wait for a 3D bar to drain, and then go in the pipe. This sets our 3D bar to exactly 3 gone. Now we use Dottie at the edge here. When you see like the wall flip again, undottie, because this is faster. You save a second in movement when you're not dottied. Or when you're small, or when you're big, you save a second in movement. And then all of that so that we get damaged right here.
Perfect.
Crazy how much planning I had to do to set all that up.
Mhm. Yeah, there's so much setup that goes into every single thing. It's kind of crazy. So right here, I believe these are the last set of Thudley jumps in the run. It's just 2 of them. If you fail them, which I don't believe, yeah, okay, you're fine. But if you fail them, you'll have to either wait for the cycle or try to just YOLO the entire gap, but...
So there's a few things. You can make it on the top platform as well. It saves like half a second. Another thing is you could actually do that in 1 Thudley jump. It's just slower. You have to flip and then move to the middle of the room and then do 1 Thudley jump, like 1 really distant Thudley jump. It's slower though. So right here, 1 flip this room. This room is, yeah. This room was kind of unfortunate. It didn't cost me the 354. It was already not going to happen. But yeah, I lost like maybe 8 seconds or something.
So this right here, for the next 3 rooms, this is the 8-4 maze. Zach's just going to be taking a certain amount of patterns throughout each room to get to the door. These rooms are very confusing if you do it casually. There's also, I mean, you could technically use like slim clipping, but I don't think it saves time in any room, unfortunately.
Yeah, it didn't end up being fast. It didn't end up being faster, but
So again, 3D bar timed right when we get to this door. There's just a lot of that 3D bar timing, and that lets us get away with this room with getting damaged right at the end of this room's door. So a lot of it comes with muscle memory. Like, I'm not thinking about the 3D bar that much during the run, but it is like planned out still. So this avoids getting on carry in extra time. So pretty cool stuff.
Alright, and here we are. We're about to
Final
enter
stairs.
the final boss of this game, which is Count Bleck and Super Dementio.
So I chose to get this Ultra Shroom. You don't need it, but I rather the chance of getting a big PB than the small slim chance that second actually mattered, and it didn't end up mattering, so it was worth it.
Yep.
If you get damaged too much at Bleck, like he can rack up damage on you so easily, you could lose a lot of time. Also, I want to mention that since 5-4 up to here, I've lost less than a minute summer best. A little more than a minute actually, but yeah.
Oh my gosh.
considering Peach Skip, 7-4, all of Chapter 8, all of that, less than a minute. So here's Black RNG. This first phase is heavily RNG based. He can go to the top right and you lose 20 seconds, almost 20 seconds. So thankfully he didn't.
Yeah, you basically, he'll be invincible there. You have to hit him 3 times while he's invincible, then a text box will show up, and then you just have to hit him 1 more time.
Yeah, something interesting is you could use your tonic here, actually, but it doesn't lose time or save time. It's just like after the cutscenes, you don't have to think about everything as much, because like you have to switch to Bowser, get on carry, use the tonic, and then also consider where Bleck is. So, I don't know. The reason that I prefer using the tonic after the cutscene is to kind of get an idea of where Bleck might be going and kind of make a plan. During the Mighty Tonic animation, I kind of plan out the first hit, like what I'm gonna do.
Mm-hmm. So right here we use the Pure Hearts to disable Bleck's invincibility, and we're going right into the Bleck fight here.
So at the start of this fight, I switch to Bowser, again on carry, and I see that Bleck is going up. I think he's going either to the top left or one to the right of the top left. So I kind of just plan that out, getting to him. So it's all just like planning the fight.
Yep.
Okay, so he does attacks in this order. He does small portal, big portal, then dash. If you hit him during one of the attacks, then it cancels it and it goes to the next one. So now I know he is going to dash. So once he stops, he will dash, and I know this. So I jump, fire, and I get in almost every single hit, and there's just one left.
That is literally
that was
perfect.
a really good Bleck fight. The first phase was a little slow, but the second one was really good.
Yeah, so like Zach said, those first 3 attack patterns, the small portal, the big portal, and then his dash, those are always going to happen 100% of the time. So if you time it correctly, you can combo him on his dash attack. It's not the easiest thing to do in the world, but pulling it off is really cool.
So I saw him move. He can sometimes dash attack from where he was, or he can move then dash attack. So I saw him move, I knew what platform he was moving to, I just get above him, ideally to the right or left, and I jump fire, and you just hold fire the entire time, and you get in multiple hits, because his dash attack is comboable. It's a really... I got really lucky here. Like, it never goes this well. Usually I only get like 3 hits, but everything seemed to line up. It was awesome.
It's pretty cool. So, after this, we're not done yet, unfortunately. Turns out Dementio is actually the main villain of this game, so we're gonna have to fight Super Dementio, which is a sick, twisted combobulation of Luigi and Dementio. It's crazy. But Zach is actually going to do Thudley strats on this fight. So, it's pretty neat. For the first part here, Super Dementio is going to be completely invincible, so again, we're going to have to hit Super Dementio 3 times, and then go into this cutscene. You'll notice that right here, right after the 3rd hit, there's going to be a very small amount of time where Zach switches quickly to Thudley, and that basically sets up Thudley strats for the actual Super Dementio fight.
Yes, so the Thudley strats are really interesting. Also, by the way, here's a 25-second cutscene with no text. I really like this cutscene. I always put my Wii remote down and drink water, because usually I feel nervous at this point. A little bit anyway. But yeah, once you get into this cutscene, you know that the run is safe and you are going to finish. It's just about, do you get the Thudley strat? And this run did, kinda, sorta. It wasn't perfect, but it was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do is, right at the start, I'm going to move right. I specifically do not jump to give a bigger frame window on the clip into Super Dementio. If you jump, it's way harder, because you save 4 frames, and then it gives you less time to jump in. Pretty cool.
Yep. So, what Zach was talking about there is that at this point in the game, there's no part where you can crash. So that's why, that's basically why I said the run is safe and you're gonna complete it.
Honestly, after like, I'd say after you finish 7-1, crashing is extremely unlikely.
Yeah.
I have never crashed after 7-1 before. I have soft locked at Black before, but...
Oh yeah, we're not gonna talk about that.
Yeah, we're not. Okay, so we're going to clip into Super Dimentio by doing a full jump, and we're going to damage boost into him, and we're going to hold right to push against him and use the tonic. If you use the tonic when his head passes his body, or is just about to, that's like the right time to start mashing one, or to start using the tonic and mashing one. Unfortunately, I did it a little bit early. It's okay. I backed it up pretty well. It's not a hard fight. You just get a few hits and you win. So that is the end of the run. 3:55:21. The time doesn't happen until after a bit of text mashing. But overall, it was a really good run, I think. Like, especially watching over it now, that late game was really good. Up to Peach Skip, I'd say I lost about 1.5 minutes to a realistic, like, good run. Like, a really good, realistically possible run. And then actually saving that time after is going to be so hard that, like, I feel like it's not worth going for a 3:53 or 3:54 for me right now. But I will like to at some point. So yeah, that's it. That is Super Paper Mario.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find more time saves soon, so...
Yeah, there's already been like 10 seconds of strat since this run, but yet... Until there's something like that majorly changes it, or if, like, I don't know, like I might feel like going for a 354 or lower at some point. But I think sub 350 is going to happen someday, just from optimizations, strat findings, tricks, practice, all that. Right now, I think the best realistic time is probably 3:52. Probably. Like realistically. 3:52 sounds realistically doable. It's a really good run. So yeah. So overall, I'm going to talk about the time losses this run. So there's 4 or so big time losses. There was about 10 seconds in Enter Boss, which is like the end of it, which is 8-4. I lost about 10 there. I lost 15 in Chapter 2. I lost 30 to Francis, but then I saved that back with a Fast Flower. So I didn't save that much back, so I think overall I probably lost like 10-15 seconds to that. And I lost 30 seconds pre-Chapter 5, and 15 seconds in 6-1, so it's not too much. It's pretty good.
Yeah, this is honestly, just seeing this time come down, like, again, I've been someone who's been in this community for a long, extended period of time at this point, and when I came in, I think the best run was like a 4:30, so to see it get this much time save in just, like, maybe 4 years is really cool, and
yeah.
Not to mention in the past year and a half has been, like, that's where most of the time save came in. It's really crazy, it's really impressive. I'm just really happy that so many people were a part of making this happen, and during the credits we'll probably talk about a lot of different people who helped make this happen.
So yeah, one thing I want to mention is it looks like there was a lot of mistakes. I played 4 minutes within Sum of Best for 4 hours of the run. That's 1 minute per hour of mistakes. That's not that bad. But yeah, there was mistakes, but saving all the time does not sound that bad. But when it requires a first try GBS and insane Peach Skip and everything, it's really hard to match. So yeah, I think my goal would be in the future a 3:53, maybe a 3:52. Unless new stuff is found, then maybe sub 3:50 even. If we could squeeze out like another 2 minutes, I'd be willing to try.
That would be insane.
It's
Yeah.
yeah, it's so crazy.
I've been more motivated than ever to grind this game once there was all the new stuff. So like I said, this run would have been equivalent to a sub 4 on the old route for sure.
Yeah.
And-
Also, interesting
yeah.
thing to note is that it is also the first sub 4 in-game time.
Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Sub 4 file time. Yeah, that was cool. You won't get to see it, but I think in my Twitch highlight, I should have. No, I don't even think I've highlighted. I should really get to highlighting it and have the sub 4 file time in it.
Yeah, we've always talked about, since sub 4 was a possibility, we were like, okay, the next goal is like a sub 4 file time, and that actually happened. So the file time is determined by pretty weird things. Getting the slow flower actually helped that by a little bit, because it's just the weird timing method that this game has, but it's still really cool to see it.
Yeah. It
Sub
also
4 file time is actually easier with this route because you save the game and reset, and that takes like 40 seconds out of your file time. But something interesting is we actually got a new skip, Dark Room GBS. Doing GBS without the save and reload is possible, and it saves like 15-20 seconds. And I think if I come back, I'll start implementing it, probably. It'll be really cool.
Yeah. That will be really cool.
Yeah. I feel like sub 25 chapter 1 is possible with it. That'd be so incredibly crazy seeing a 24.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see that someday.
It'll definitely be really cool to see. But
here we go.
After everything, here it is. 355, 21.
21.
GG.
What a run. That was good. GG.
That was really awesome.
GG.
So yeah, I'm really happy we got to do this. We got to go over all of the new strats, all of like small optimizations that some people might not notice, all of that. So I hope this was a good showcase of all of that. I'd like to shout out a bunch of people. So, well, we got Castle. He's been grinding this game down. He helped the time get very low, especially like to the 403 range. Yoshizilla, he hasn't ran the game much lately, but he was one of the people to grind past sub 410 with us. New runner, Igrmi. He's a new Japanese runner. He's getting really close to this time. I feel like I could see him getting a 354 in the future. And yeah, that's about it. There's been Mohawk, John P55, finding a lot of new skips. Roblox found Green Bridge skip RTA viable setup, which made the run a lot more appealing to me, I think. And yeah, I think that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I definitely want to shout out a few people as well. For starters, Igrmi actually just got sub 4 yesterday, I believe, which is something really cool to mention. Second person to ever get it. It's really cool to see.
7 too.
Yeah, it was a really solid time. Igrmi has done a lot of practice in this game over the past 2 or 3 months. It's really impressive to see. So a couple of the people that I do want to mention, I want to mention a lot of the older runners that were, I guess, a part of my generation. Flash, personally, I believe, when we started the Discord, that's when the community really got together and sort of took off, and Flash was definitely a huge part of that, making the first ever SPM tutorial on YouTube. Helped get a lot of people in the game. I want to shout out a lot of the old runners, Mirror A, I'm Dead, Game Rob. There's a lot of old runners that I'm probably forgetting off the top of my head right now, but all of their work in the past helped us get to where we are today, and I greatly appreciate every single one of them. And then obviously up to today, just shout outs to Zach for this run, really. This was absolutely insane to see Zach. I literally remember the first day Zach was in my chat, the day like Boomer Skip was found, I believe is when you started learning it. So it's really cool to see the improvement come this far. Shout outs to Castle once again, Yoshi, John, Mohawk as well. These people have already been mentioned. PTL found HP Plus. And then shoutouts to myself and Hopper for help on the commentary today.
Oh yeah, huge shoutouts to PTL for the HP Plus route. It's so good.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That really improved the coin route in this game.
And one more thing, shoutouts to Karage for the tasks of this game that helped me learn a lot of small optimizations. And with that, thank you guys for watching. JCR has an announcement to make before we end the video.
Yep, so that is that. I'm actually going to deafen on Discord, and I'm going to make this announcement really quick. So, let me get set up here. I'll make this quick, hopefully. But, there's been a lot of cool things that we've been working on in the past. I'm going to switch over to this scene right here. There we go. So, there's been a really cool project that myself... That is loud. I'm so sorry about that. Okay, myself, and NmFlash8 have both been working on this for a while. We've had a lot of help from community members also. And I really want to show this off to all of you before we go, whether you're watching here in the stream, watching on YouTube. Basically, a really cool announcement. We are making a Super Paper Mario any percent history video. World record history, starting back from 2007, right when this game came out, all the way to today. It's going to be a very jam-packed video, but we've put together a little promo that I'd like to show off to all of you. Again, thank you all for watching. If you're in the stream, I'm not done yet after this, but if you're watching on YouTube, thank you for watching. Remember to follow Zach and SPM community. Our links have been showing up all stream. We have an SPM Discord as well if you're interested in running this game. But overall, let's go ahead and get right into this video. I hope you guys enjoy it.
The story of how speedrunners pushed it to its absolute limits. Of course, many runners attempted speedruns over the years. Starting from humble beginnings, the community grew exponentially. The reason? That game had far more potential than anyone ever thought. That game came to be known as Super Paper Mario and was sealed away. This is the history of Super Paper Mario speedrunning. Let's start from the beginning.